And we are live. Hello, everyone. This is Alien Spaceship, and you be watching from all over the world, the country, and we have a very special topic to discuss, along with some other things we'll be talking about tonight and tomorrow night. And first, we're going to start out with some of the game while we wait for people to come. Then I'll start with the topics, and we'll go from there. Hope everybody's been having a nice week. We'll be switching screens. Not that screen, this screen. Alright. Make it a little bit brighter in here. Alright, hello everyone. And we will be talking about these alien mummies, which is very interesting. And I'll be talking about it on my... I'll go through the article and we can discuss about this and tomorrow as well. Alright. So we're going to go to the game now. Here we go. That server, no, because there's too many people there. We'll go that one. Reading something really quick. Game's loading. I'm gonna play a game and play some music while we wait for people to come to start the topics. And also tomorrow night we'll be doing the same thing. We'll be going over this as well. Okay. Lower this volume. Y'all could tell me if you think it's too loud or whatever. Alright. Alright. Some buffering. Keep buffering. Alright, and also the connection, thank you Amanda, hello, nice to see you here. And also it might be having some issues, it could be, let's see. And hopefully it's better now. I shut down some window that could be causing a problem. And I will now play the game, and hopefully that's better. Okay. And let's go here to the pirate thing. Alright. Okay, Amanda, that's good. Glad it's better. Okay. Yeah, it was because of the window I had open for later on I was going to play. Okay. Alright. So yeah, so basically with the aliens and stuff, that's something I'm going to be talking about. And basically, there's a lot of different theories that are going on within the community. You know, some people think that it's a deception from this fallen angels, the devil, to try to trick people into not accepting Christianity. Like they're going to use this as a ploy to get people to not accept the truth. Okay, I was doing something for a moment. Alright, now we're back. Now we're back here. Right. There was somebody that gave me a shout out somewhere I was doing. So, yeah, so basically, anyway. So, finishing what I was saying, with the aliens, there's different theories that they're trying to stop people from believing in Christianity, but I think it could have been some kind of a fallen being that existed a long time ago that they found. It could be a variety of different things. And Amanda, hello, Amanda, the sky over where I am, they didn't give a clear time. They were saying, like, people are asking me about the thing, about how do they see it. Oh, it was just some YouTuber. They gave me a shout out somewhere. That's all, Amanda. And also, basically what happened was with the comet, the green comet. Basically, I didn't know an exact time when they were putting out. Well, the comet was coming out, but I did try to look for it. It was a little bit cloudy, and yes, I missed it, but it was kind of cloudy in that area, and it could have passed by before I went to go look, because I was in the house by then, and I wasn't out there, and I didn't want to cause the disturbance with the cats and other things to go out there, because I didn't completely, but I would see it from the front. I didn't need to go out there, so it had nothing to do with being outside or not. Yeah, they weren't really super clear, and it's like they're talking about the constellation Leo, and other people said it was from the northwest. Other people said it was from the horizon. I think it was from the horizon. It wasn't completely clear. And like in an alternate scenario, what I would have done is I would have stayed out the whole night into the morning and just like looked around everywhere. That's something I would have done. And I've seen, Amanda, I've seen a green comet before. I was outside listening to some prayer stuff, and I saw this comet coming out of nowhere. It was like a couple months ago, and it was gliding across the sky, and it was green, just like the one they're describing. So I've seen it. It was like right in the center between north, south, east, and west. It was coming from the north, and then it was like slowly gliding my way. So I've seen a comet before like that, and many shooting stars. So thank you, Amanda. Thank you. And yeah, because I could have missed it, and it was there, and I was only looking through the front because I thought it would be on the horizon, and I think it was on the horizon, and I can go look also while I'm live to see if there's some pictures of it. Hello, SE. And condolences for the loss, Essie. And Amanda, I had a very great day. I helped out my grandma, and I was doing some stuff with things of the channel I'll talk about in a little bit. I completed. Yeah, so basically... Yeah, so what I should have done... is like, so staying out there until like the morning time, and I would have caught it. I thought I would see it from the window, and I'm like, Leo, because I think it, and we're gonna look more into that later about this. I think Leo's more over there somewhere, but it could be from the north. Because now what I did see, Amanda, something I've not seen in a very long time. So when I used to stay up at my friend's house eating pizza, and I would watch it. I would watch movies and stuff. I would stay up and watch the sunrise, and I would see Venus and the other stars. Now my old girlfriend, she liked the painting of Venus and like cause she's into the Greek and Roman stuff, and she even went there across seas and saw it. And remember, it was back around that time period when I was my senior year in that summer, and I remember I would see, like, right behind me, that's where the horizon is, and I saw Venus when I was looking for the comet, and I saw the crescent moon on its back. So I did get to see very cool constellations that I've not seen in ages. Hey, Way of the Road, good to see you, man. And I'll say the thing about these alien mummies, I'm going to be talking about them today and tomorrow, because some people can't come, and I like people to have the experience of being at the stream, so that's why I like talking about it twice. And also, I hope everybody's having a great week. Everybody, is having a good time. And I'm coming up with some more stuff for the Halloween content I'm going to put out. So, I didn't see this comet, but I've seen a comet like it before. And also the different shooting stars and things. And yeah, I really want to see it, but they weren't really specific about where it was and how you would see it. And that would have been nice if they were more specific about it. Yeah, and this was a voodoo. These are voodoo doctors. Alright, and Amanda, so this is what it looks like. So I will explain. So the comet that I saw, so like a shooting star, it goes like, if you're looking at the sky, it goes like, it's like a white or a light cut that quickly just strikes. It's a streak, a very quick streak that goes across for a second. And a comet is more, it doesn't go up and down or to the side. A comet, it goes just like straight across the sky, and it moves very slowly but very quickly and gradually, and it's much larger and bigger. It looks like a giant missile. Alright, and also basically, as I was saying, so that's what the comet looks like when it's going across the sky. Yeah, Amanda. Exactly. Well, that's an interesting way of the road that you also saw one too. And also, I'm glad that y'all like the sound effects that I put out based off of the comet. Alright, here we go. We have this thing. It's not... there it goes. And as I said, in my yard, I was just at the right place at the right time, and I looked up and I saw it. And the morning that the comet came over, it was cloudy, so it could have passed by and I didn't see it through the clouds. But I looked out for it, though. But I would have liked to have been out there. I thought it was probably from the horizon. Because, remember, they're saying it would be in the early morning. Amanda? Yes, I make the sound effects myself on my computer. Yes. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's been about a minute since I've done sound effects. I don't know if I've been in this part. It looks different. I like the graphics. You know, and I was basing it off of people, you know, you're going through space, because space sound effects had different sounds to them. And also, what I like about the space sound effects is that it has a lot of cool sounds in it that I like or think are unique, and I was inspired by that. And I like the comet so much. It's like, it's so iconic looking. Like, you could have like these drawings or these things about, you know, a UFO and it's passing by a comet. That's just so cool to me. And I think, you know, space is so interesting, and especially that comet recently. It's so cool. Well, I'm standing in a fire right now. And recently, with the Chinese construction workers that were trying to cut through the Great Wall of China, that was funny. What they were doing. That's okay. That worked. Yeah. So basically, as I was saying, it's very cool with that, and I think the sound effect reflected it. And it's the comet, the green comet, as it passes by. Oh, it's buffering. Oh. Okay. Tell me if y'all can see me now, or if it's working better now. I had something open I didn't know I had open. And yeah, this is like a pumpkin. This is like a Halloween quest that they have here. And also, yeah, Amanda, yeah, it is very interesting. Yeah, I would go to space. Yeah, I would. If, like, they knew what they were doing, and, like, it's not like a Stockton Rush duct tape glue situation. I think that'd be pretty cool. Alright, and see, this is loading. Yeah, so, yeah, basically, you know, that's my thoughts about space. Or space, yeah, that would, yeah, exactly. Because when you're doing something like that, with Stockton, yeah, with Stockton Rush's type situation, that totally wouldn't work. Yeah, but that is a very scary, frightening situation with space. I do agree. And also, on the dark side of the moon, there's apparently some kind of alien life that they found there. And I think that's very interesting. Because that would explain a lot of the things that they heard in the moon. And yeah, like, it would be interesting to see, as long as it was done properly. Now, I probably wouldn't go to Mars or something, because it would take so long to get back here. And this is, okay, this is a part of the game that's only opened during the time of Halloween. That's when this part of the game's opened. This is a section y'all haven't seen. That's why there's all these pumpkins. Yeah, being in the deep ocean or being in space, yeah, that's... Yeah, something happens. Yeah, there's no help. Exactly, Amanda. Right. It's something I would love to see. They did better with this gaming graphics in this since last year. Yeah, that's another thing about it. There's no gravity. Now, if y'all didn't want me to go, I wouldn't go. If y'all didn't want me to get hurt. But there is a situation like... There was a spacecraft that was going into space in the 80s, and it exploded. And a lot of people died. Alright, give me one moment. Maybe one moment. Alright, we're back. And, you know, like, basically, like, with the submersible, how it imploded and everybody died on it. Do you all remember the time that ship imploded? I mean, that rocket that was going into space exploded and everybody died on it? Because I think, you know, that was before my time. Yeah, oh, they're chasing after me. Let's see. And yeah, the Challenger. Thanks. Yeah, because I remember learning about that in school. They would have this thing where they had this dinosaur television from the 80s or something. And they were showing it on TV about what happened all those years ago. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. This is something I've never seen before, chat. This is a new level in the game I've not seen. Wow, that's interesting. They have a bunch of vines and stuff. I mean, little roots. Yeah, this is a mine. So they used to mine for crystals. This is a crystal mine. And people would mine for stuff, so that's what this place is. That's coal. Or crystal rocks. And you go in here. It's kind of like Mario. They had the little carts and things. It's pretty cool. That's funny. But like, I wouldn't want to do something extremely dangerous unless there was some type of like an important reason to. Yeah, I thought it was the 80s also. Yeah, 86. Well, that's pretty cool. Way of the road that he led the Bears to victory. In SC with the pirate ship, you could put like different upgrades and things on it, so you can like improve the hull, change the sails and stuff. I'm not doing that right now, but I'm going to do it in the future, so the ship can hold off better. Oh, I didn't know about that. I'm talking about something that happened in Florida. But thanks, Amanda, for that situation, for telling us about that. Yeah, so that would be an upgraded hull, and that would be a faster hull. Yeah, so those are different hulls to upgrade. And that's the sail color. Alright, and I'll do that later on. Okay. And also I like joining the other pirate ships as well. Glad I got this upgrade. Yeah, well, maybe she's having a bad time and taking it out on poor alien. Yeah. It's, you know, that time for her. I love the slant on this one. It's the Galilean. I believe this is what the Spanish used to come over here. Yeah, we bought this. I bought this, rather. I'm saying it's like I'm acting like we went to like the ship dealership, and y'all were like with me, and we all like bought it. But it's not. That's not how it works. It's like y'all tagged along, and I bought it. Yeah, it's like I'm like, yeah, yeah, in a way we did. We all went to the ship dealership, and got this. Yeah. Alright, I got a new crew member. Let's go to the map. Oh, I was just at the map, and it's not there anymore, because I just clicked off it. Alright. Let's go here. I'm gonna go blow up some ships. Out here. Yeah, so basically, you know, it was fun. I like getting the ship. This is my first ship like this out of my history playing the game. Alright. So how it works is, chat, you get a ship of any kind. And you open it up to the public. And we're going to go over to this other area. Let's see. Where there's that. Okay. I'll figure it out. I'm not too sure exactly where it is. Alright, let's go over here. Yeah, so basically, what are y'all's thoughts on the alien mummy thing? Be interested with chat. Thinks about that. Alright. Yeah. I've not gotten plunder like that before. That was interesting. Must have gotten bumped by something. Yes, Amanda. It was that thing. The video I put out earlier. It was that video. The little thing that looks like E.T. And, you know, I think that it's good to keep on investigating it and seeing what's going on. I'll get into the articles and talk about it. So basically what happened was that the Mexican Congress did a hearing that this little E.T. looking figure from the E.T. movie that I saw when I was a kid. It was before my time, but I saw it anyway at the movie theater. It was released more than once, and it was around the early 2000s or the late 90s or something. And it looks like its grandfather. No joke. And they did an MRI. Not necessarily an MRI. Don't quote me on that. They did x-rays on it, and that it has eggs in it, and it is a real critter. That existed, that did not originate from this planet. And we talked about an alien critter like that before on the channel, and Sarah believed it was probably a type of Nephilim child. Oh, I know, Amanda. I do agree that it would be marvelous to find something like that. And I do, now as I said, it's good for there to be cross-examinations and things, but I do believe it's real. There was some kind of a real being that existed. And we talked about things like that before, because there is the fallen angels and things like that that were there. And their offspring, the Nephilims. And that's basically how we, like, it could be something from that, because as I was saying, there's these very tiny little people that the Spanish saw, and these giants that they saw. So there were microscopic dwarf people that were there. And these things from Nephilim origin and fallen angel origin. And I was just looking at a video of a Christian channel that was reacting to that situation. And basically what happened, and she's doing excellent, this player on the game, she's doing excellent. Yeah, and shout out to SE for reminding me to buy a new ship. All right. Yeah, before Drew Barrymore. You know, I don't quite recall who that is exactly, so I'm gonna have to go look it up. Right. Yeah, the dude was like, you know, it looks like a dingy looking, a little dingy thing, and yeah, it's like, I'm doing much better now with this big thing, and I was able to afford it, of course. I mean, I'm known for being cheap. and it's like, well, I wasn't gonna be cheap. It's like we could go and get the thing we need to get. And over here, it's pretty cool because there's not too many of the ships all cluttered together and ganging up. Like they'll get like a gang of horses that are like charging at somebody. They will get like that. Okay, Stranded, thank you. I didn't know. I've heard the name. I remember when I went to Wendy's after around the time I saw it, and things I've seen from the 80s, like the different TV shows and movies and stuff. That's like the time period it reminded me of. Although it was the 2000s or late 90s in realistic terms. That's what I. That's what the time period was like, and yeah, I remember I was a very little kid. I had, my red blonde hair and my eyes the way they are now also. They were a little bit they're a little bit lighter back then, but they are still light now. They just change different colors. Yeah, but my hair was, as I got older, it got a little bit darker. But like in the sun, it has like a reddish hue to it. Alright, blowing that ship up, alright. And when 9/11 happened, I was actually in preschool. Like, I was at school when it happened. In preschool. I wasn't a baby, I was in preschool. I remember when I saw Stuart Little in 99. Yeah, but I did see a rerun of E.T. It was back in the movies. That's why I was surprised when I saw that. I was extremely surprised when I saw that it came out in the 80s or something like that, because I'm like, I wasn't born yet. But that's what the creature resembles, and Stranded was telling me a while back about how she believes a lot of movies and things were inspired by what really is there. Like, archaeologists discovered stuff and they made movies based off of it. Now, this is kind of confusing. Oh, that's good. It was glitching for a second. Oh yeah, chat. The Navy's gonna be after me now. The bounty hunters are coming after me. Okay, they do mention Davy Jones' locker. Alright, chat. The moon's coming out. Alrighty. Here we go. Its ship just flipped around like it was a pancake. Oh, that's cool, Stranded. I mean, not Stranded. That's cool, Amanda. Thanks for telling us about that. Nice. We're getting plundered, chat. Let's see. Nice. Alright. Ooh. Okay. Getting a little bit hectic here. Okay. Yeah, so see all these ships ganging up? This is what I was talking about. That's true, Amanda. Yes, I agree. Okay. Okay, getting out there. Okay. She's repairing the ship. Yeah, and that's why, like, it's a bit of a trap when you get into when the ships start ganging up. Alright. Alright. Hey, Rebel. Glad to see you here, man. Alright. And yeah, so we're talking about the mummy alien creature that was recently found and how it resembles ET. And some people think maybe it was fabricated. Some people think that, I think it was something interesting to look into. Also, yeah, because we're just talking about the kinfolk that they found of mine in Mexico, and it's nice to see one of my ancestors. Hey, Chad, I'm a big shot pirate now. The bounty hunters be coming. And yeah, and basically, like Stranded, we were talking about how they make things out of movies and stuff that they have seen before. And also, they did X-rays on the creature. Bounty hunters be coming. They lurking. Alright. Alright. We're gonna unload here. Alright. Make sure we don't lose the loot. Alright. Alright. And I think it's good they're finally discovering this stuff, and in the Christian community, it's known that basically the beings that they're finding, and they may be trying to steer people away from Christianity, and the demons and stuff can set up these mirages and things to get people to be deceived. But I think, in my opinion, that it's likely some kind of fallen angel being that existed, or some kind of offspring of them. And I'll be getting into the topics soon. And so there's different debates about what the beings are and like the intentions, because they're trying to. Okay, so another thing about the aliens I'll explain is that they are seen as, they would support the woke causes that we like talk about, like the political stuff. They would be more on the left, because like communism and stuff, that would fit in with the aliens in the way that they would want their ideas to be. So in the original theory, like what we thought that they were oops, I sunk. With the hammer, it was so there's a way you could repair your own ship. That's what I was doing. And also, basically, like, what I was doing was I accidentally had a. I ran into these ships, and the hull needs to be upgraded at some point, and it'll be much easier for the ship to do things. And I've not been to this part before. Okay, and this is a little bit hectic. I have not been in this part before. I don't quite know where to go. Yeah, but so basically, I ran into some ships and the hull gave out, and that's why I sunk. It's a nice little town. Houses look like mine. They've added a lot to this game. Kind of looks like Port Royal. I mean, Tortuga. Looks kind of like Tortuga. I have never been here before. You got some spooks here too. Look at these critters. Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, so because in the game you could upload different levels on your hull and things like that. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. With my ship, I got a little bit into a jam. Try that in a woke town. That's funny. Into an ambush, and that's what happened to me exactly. But I did good most of the time when I was on my other ship. I did very well. But what I did was, I guess, got a little bit into a trap. And next time I'll be more careful with it, although I've done this before. Alright. Try that in a woke town. Because before Rebel got here, I was on the outskirts of it, of the other ships. But then I kind of was like going into them, and the armor wasn't completely 100%, and then that kind of led to the situation. And I've done it before many times. All right. Ah. All right. There we go. And I think we're going to see only more of these ETs and these things that are coming out about the aliens. And I like how they did like an X-ray on it, and I did a video about it. And I think that it's just some of these humanoid creatures, these extraterrestrial humanoids that we see. In Germany, in like the medieval times. And you know, I'll also react to my own video that I put out, and like go through it with y'all in a moment. I won't be with this game much longer. That some people think it could have to do also with the fallen angels, the aliens, have to do with the New World Order situation, and that this could be used to prove some kind of New World Order situation, like the stuff I talk about with the Bible, the Antichrist and stuff, and would have to do with that stuff with the fallen angels, and many will be deceived, even the elect. So take everything with a grain of salt, and that this being was not something good. That say it was a real thing, that this was a real mummified alien, which I believe it is. It's not anything that was on our side. And be aware of like the agendas that could be pushed around it also. But yeah, I like looking at things through an open mind, but accepting that something could be faked. But like they did the X-rays on it and things like that. And I feel it also with the pyramids. There's another topic that's another extraterrestrial topic I like getting into, about how they just have all these ETs, it has to do with the false gods, which are the fallen angels, which also appear as aliens. It did look like Biden. Oh, and way of the road. I wasn't talking about Calvinism, but yeah, that's not true. That system, like when a certain few people go to heaven, God chose. Yeah, like that's not. No, but I wasn't referring to that. I was referring to the New World Order people, how they want to push an agenda, but it sounds similar to that. Because it's like, the Calvinism believes like only a certain God chose only a few people to go to heaven, and that could be anybody. It could be like someone that worships Satan or an atheist, and they go to heaven anyway. And the people that were Christian don't. Like, I don't believe in that, but that's what some of the people believe in. Okay, so Calvinism, like they believe that God chose only a few people to go to heaven, and it's so like, well, in Christianity, we believe that anybody that believes in Jesus will not die, but have everlasting life. Okay, understood. And like, and for what I know about Calvinism, is basically, it's when, like, only a certain, like, group, God chose certain people to go to heaven, and there's like a predestination. But like in the other Christianity, like the original version of Christianity, like, that anybody that accepts Jesus Christ, that he rose again and died for the sins, is accepted. But like, they believe in like predestination, and that God chose only a select people to go there. Okay, Way of the Road, thank you. And yeah, like, I learned about it in school. And yeah, and I don't, like, I believe that whoever accepts Jesus goes to heaven. And like Calvinists believe, even if someone believed in Jesus and they would still not go to heaven, because God already chose people to go to heaven. That is my understanding of it. And Way of the Road, thank you. And you tell me what you know about it and anything else you learn about it. Yeah, Way of the Road, I agree. And it started, like, and nothing wrong with Protestantism. Protestantism is fine. And some of my Scottish ancestors believed in a faction of it. Some faction of it. And it's like, it was these French people that left France. Maybe they weren't all believing exactly what they were saying with their Protestant French people, but they went to France, to England, and they didn't like the crosses and things. They thought they're devilish, and and the Catholics saw them as heretics because they believed in these things. Like, it's whoever is like believes in Christ and baptized. Baptism, it's like, yeah, like, not that doesn't need to be focused on as much, but it's those that accept Jesus. But the Calvinists are saying, even if you do accept Jesus, you may still go to hell, and an atheist would still go to heaven, or a drag queen that's doing something to a kid will go to heaven. It's like, that's not, what Jesus taught. God knows the future, but we don't know the future. It's accepting Christ and following in his ways and his teachings. And those that don't follow it are not accepted because they don't have a relationship with him. Now, I'm not saying everything the Calvinists say are bad, because I'm sure there's a lot of good things that they say and righteous things, but just you gotta look in the fine print. There's like one thing that'll set it apart. Alright. And Jesus warned that there would be many false preachers and false prophets that would arise and confuse people. Alright. And I'll go now start on the topic. The topics and things. Alright, now we're switching windows. Alright. Hello, Anthony McQuaid. Just in time. Hello, Anthony McQuaid. Glad to have you here. Alright, and if something gets slow with this, just let me know, chat, and I will be sure to go to a different window. That would be less tedious. Alright, UFO Mexican politicians. Now, oh yeah. I did a video about this, so I could just... A clear demonstration of non-human aliens. The two bodies with only 3 fingers on each hand, elongated ET-style heads, were displayed in windowed boxes Tuesday for a public congressional hearing on the unidentified anomalies phenomena. The corpses are between 700 and 1800 years old, with X-rays showing one has mysterious eggs inside, UFOologist Jamie Maussan told the hearing. Well, happy birthday to Anthony McQuaid. We're going to play the clapping noise for Anthony McQuaid, so everybody brace yourself. For, just I'll give you all a moment to brace yourself. Okay, here it goes. For his birthday. And we're gonna look at some X-rays because this is already like in something that I did. All right. This is one that I was talking about a long time ago, and we think it's some Nephilim child. And here we have this thing that everybody thinks is, some people think is paper mache. And this is a little critter. And some people believe that it could be some type of alien that was put there or something, like to cause a deception, to turn people away from Christianity and prove things that the woke agenda for New World Order. I think it's probably something like that, or some type of extraterrestrial being that's interdimensional that came here through another dimension. It could probably be a human hybrid from the fallen angels and the humans, which would be the same species that the aliens are from. And my dude, he's just like vibing. He's like high as a kite. He's like so high. That's what he looks like. All jokes aside, yeah, it's very, very interesting. And this one also, and let's say the X-ray. Well, here we go. And you got this. So this is like the X-ray. So they took the paper mache thing and they did an X-ray on it, and it looks very intricate. And it'll be interesting to see what other experts are saying, and possible refutations is fine. And so this is the inside of it, and it could have been a Nephilim child. And it's interesting, it has eggs in it. It's kind of like, where does that come from? You know, is it some ET that came here? Because I wonder about the aliens that crash and die. It's like, if they, that is interesting. Like, why does that happen? And yes, I do believe there's people from other planets, but I'm specifically thinking most of these things, if not all, that we are seeing are from the fallen angels. Or something that has to do with that. The original theory my friend and I had was that these were aliens from other planets, but they were on the side of the fallen angels and working with them. But they were more advanced than we are. Now, what I think is they're likely some type of the fallen angels themselves shape-shifting into aliens to cause a deception. And both could be possibly true. It could be a variety of different reasons, but those are different theories about, from the Christian perspective, of what these things are. LOL, Rebel. And also, this is another one. Yeah, so there you go. That's the other view of the thing mummified, of the X-ray. And I think that basically when things come out, it's good to keep up with things with news and politics and variety of different topics. Also, okay, it's choppy. Okay, that's why. Okay, I'll fix it. Hopefully that should be better. And also, as I said, I think it's good to talk about politics and things, and people shouldn't be distracted from these potential situations, and I think these alien topics are also important to talk about as well. I think they're both are good to talk about, and it's good that with anything, it's good if we could do something about it or change something. It's aliens. And if I think I fixed the problem, and the internet may be kind of glitchy, and thank you all for being here. And this is another one. And yeah, he does need some milk. Yeah, this is something new. I didn't see this one before. Yeah, this was in Peru. This was found in Peru. No bones about it. Nazca mummified aliens found in Peru are real, claim scientists as consensus on. A set of alien mummies recently discovered in Peru are real according to one scientist who is part of a team of researching the remains. Dr. Vivenco, a skeletal specialist, says 1,700-year-old mummies of Nazca found in the South American country are remains of non-human beings, the Daily Express reported. While the bizarre three-fingered and three-toed corpses have been branded fake by the other scientists, Dr. Vivenco said there are lots of details that indicate that the bodies are real. To recreate the skull with these characteristics is a very difficult task. The scientist insists if they were fake, he would be the first to say and report it. You see, because I was having another window with ads on it and it was dragging the connection down. He added, right now we are studying the evidence, and so far we haven't found anything to say it is a fraud, or that the bodies have been modified or altered in any way. Yeah, that's one of them. That's another one. We have lots of evidence that sets us on the path to prove that this is real. Footage of the so-called mummified aliens was released in June in the ancient city of Nazca, Peru. The video was posted by the website Gia.com, which charges curious users money to view the exclusive paranormal content. The site claims the extraterrestrial beast's body was dug up during an excavation of the mysterious caves. That's one of them, of these non-human beings, and I'm going to get to actually why it does tie in to the political stuff and why it's as important as the hunter getting arrested for again or being charged for something. That's important to talk about. And also I'll explain about how this does correlate with a similar situation with the political climate after I read this thing. You can see this. And that. Very interesting. Skeptic viewers pointed out the corpse looks like it is half-finished cardboard creation, like what Rebel and others were pointed out. One viewer commented, something seems off. The corpse looks like it was made of plaster. and that it's promoted a lot of conspiracy theories. In short, documentary on the bizarre find, Dr. Konstantin Korotikov, a professor of St. Petersburg University, claimed these features are not a deformity, it is another creature, another humanoid. Alright, so there are agendas going on in the country, and we know about conspiracies with the elite that are trying to push different narratives through the media. And what they want to do is that there's these theories that the alien agenda and things about the aliens themselves, that they're fallen angels or have something to do with them, that they would be a helping hand in instituting the New World Order, and the media will promote these aliens and things to try to convince us that the religion is wrong, to give the left more power over the influence of twisting things around to promote their agendas and things they want to put against us. So that's how it would correlate with it. And I remember my friend and I were talking about the aliens when we were young, and basically that they would favor more of the communist and socialistic type systems, because the Greys and stuff, like, they work like a beehive. So, and it works like a communistic society, and they're trying to infect Earth with ideas like them. And a lot of these New Age cults and things, these spiritual people, you see it on camera and video, that they summon things in the sky, they'll see lights and stuff, and there's like these false prophets. Like, this person was summoning something, and the thing appeared in the sky traveling around. It was an alien, a UFO, UAP traveling around. And he was a false prophet against Christianity. So, this religious, spiritual side is crossing paths with the other thing, because they both correlate together. Because they'll always say, like, our side wants to, have a religious state, but their religion, the left, has a religion of their own that they're trying to institute on us. And yeah, so these spiritual people, these occultists and stuff, summoning these things, and also you can see that this thing will help put things in a bad direction. And the question is, what is this thing? If it is real, it could be, as I said, some interdimensional being from a long time ago. It could be an offspring of an alien-human hybrid like the Nephilim. Something like that. Or if there are these beings from other planets, they're against us, and they were here, and one of them died there with eggs inside of it. And I think we could all agree on, hopefully those eggs don't hatch. And us in the spaceship, we're not going to put up with whatever hatches out of it. They're not welcomed here. And we know that whatever hatches would try to have some illegal immigration up in here. So yeah, so these were some other beings that were seen. And I think it's interesting, like, they do an X-ray, and if it is fake, I wonder how they were able to fake it. And, like, in the sense, if it has a rib cage and organs and things and eggs inside of it, it was very intricate. Very intricate. Now we'll look at the memes. Look at the memes. We literally got Aliens before GTA 6. GTA 6. It's been so long since I played GTA. Exactly, Rebel, the rainbow religion. And another thing about... Yes, and another thing is the aliens would be more rainbow. Yeah. You notice how they don't have any genders on these aliens? Usually, yeah, there's like no genders. They're like gender neutral. And to prove my point about these new occultists, new ages, liberal people summon the aliens, so that correlates with it, and also from the false religions of the past. It all correlates with these other topics, but yes, keep up what's going on with the news, and this stuff, and also walk your dog, and enjoy the nature, and do a variety of different things as well. Because some of this stuff can drive one crazy. I know, because I'm a little bit mad. This is so funny. Alright. Alright, we got... Remember him? Feel old yet? This is not him. And something Stranded said, how they used movies from the past. How they used movies from the past. Yeah, Rebel. And they were able to, like, they see these things, they discover things from the Mayans and Incas and different people, and they put it in movies because they want to prepare people for what they're about to show. So perhaps there was some kind of creature that, bear with me, chat, I know this sounds insane, that maybe there was something that existed like E.T. before, and they made a movie about based on something they saw in archaeology. That's a thought. And they want to prepare people for it. This actually tried to... Yes, we are, Anthony. Yes, we would be the aliens. But I think they're interdimensional. One of the subscribers or folks on the channel was saying it's like the alien version of Naked and Afraid, because it's like he's on an island. The alien you see here is like naked. It doesn't have any clothes, ship, or anything. And I said maybe it's like Castaway, like the Tom Hanks movie. And what Rebel, and we were talking about a similar situation that happened with a person, but this might be the alien version. He was never found. Exactly. Hey, synchronicity, chat. Synchronicity. And one thing that I will say is that I would rather be seen as a crazy person than this really being true and no one believed the people and something happened. Or it came out as true. Because my friend, he was talking about it, and I was going to, hang in there with him, and here I am. With all of you. And... yeah, because they'll summon things like the orbs that I was seeing, that you've seen, that I've seen, that I showed in the videos I reacted to. Or as Rebel knows that this, planet is a sanctuary planet. Shout out the Rebel. And basically with this planet, these aliens, that's the situation that they're linked to the occultists and things like that, because the false gods, they were the same beings. And people think, like a video I was watching earlier, they think that this could be some kind of fake mirage from the fallen angels, from Satan, to deceive people to believe that the evolution stuff and the things that the scientists are saying are correct. Wilson. Oh, this was one of the movies that I saw with my friend down the street. One night I stayed over there. It was like raining, and I went out to the house, and I went down there. And I went down there, and we watched this movie. And the dude was like... And this was a liberal movie. This alien was woke. It was a very woke alien. And how you could sense the vibe of these things from a mile away. I'm about to react to my own video, actually. You see how people are saying alien mummy, we're not alone? People are going to believe. So if an alien comes to Israel or somewhere as a false messiah, people are going to believe it. And there's YouTubers on the platform that believe that these things are trying to help us. Another thing I want to point out to y'all is that they want to maybe come here and help. Some people even here said that. And basically, all these wars and things with the war in Russia and things like that, that perhaps that these aliens want to come and help us out. And they're going to make this world peace and a one-world communist government. That's what these people are being tricked into, and I tell you all to be on guard. Don't believe anything. Like, believe in your faith in Christ. Don't believe in anything else, because it'll even fool the elect. Including, God bless us all that we're not tricked by anything. So just beware of the enemy's tricks. And so that is another thing. And it correlates together. Like, another thing I want to point out is that the Bible says how the fallen sons of God, which are these creatures, E.T., were given dominion over us because we fell from grace from Adam and Eve. Thanks a lot to Adam and Eve. So then what these fallen beings were able to do was they were influencing the world leaders. So they're like in cahoots with them. That's why these occults are these lizard people, which I could explain about that too. I'll tell you all what that means. Is that working together for this diabolical scheme. And yes, they don't want you to know about other things that are going on. I'm sure they would want to distract you for what's going on. And it's good to have a balance. Thanks for Rebel and chat for sharing what's going on. Also, I'm going to drink some water for a moment. Got a little alien Halloween critter right here. This is an alien Halloween pumpkin. Scary. All right, we see this. I'm gonna look at this picture. I'm gonna look at some memes. Then I'm going to go alien mummy presented in Mexico. Yeah, there's people on TikTok existing. Yeah, bring me Gatorade. That was funny, Rebel. And bring me blue Powerade, bro. Yeah. Alright. Now I'm going to react to my own video. Okay, chat. I'm going to Markler. And I'm about to get this out so I can react to it and answer all your questions. I'll explain the lizard alien thing right before I get into this video. I'm going to react to and I'll explain the lizard aliens. Spaceballs. Alright, so, this thing's hilarious looking, so I'm going to choose this one as an example. Trigger warning to anybody that's freaked out by this thing. Alright, so, this was just something some artist made, so shout out to whoever made this. The copyright is Fetaco. Oh, there's Latina. Hello, Latina. And... Alright, so this is the lizard alien. This is the iconic, generic version of a lizard alien, or lizard person. So, what does this mean? In the Bible, the Watchers, the fallen angels, Satan is described as serpentine. So, Satan was this creature that looked something like this. People that went to hell said he's purple looking and pink looking. And the guy that went to hell, he did voodoo. He saw something like these things, and that a lot of people that went to hell saw reptilian type creatures. So what does all this mean? The Watchers, which is a type of fallen angel that fell later, and Satan and his minions, they're shapeshifters, and a lot of them seem to be depicted as reptilian. And before Christianity, some of these beings mixed with humans, and they created a hybrid offspring called the Nephilims, and various things like that. The lizards are actually not tall, they're very short. And the Nephilim are the taller ones, so you have different types and variations. And where it is linked to royalty and things, so before Christianity, you had people that were worshipped as like gods, and they were kings and queens, and empresses and emperors. And before, in the pagan religions, the god, he would have an offspring, and the people would worship this offspring as its like lieutenant. Like in the Vikings, some of my ancestors, and some of you in chat, perhaps all of you, were related to the Vikings, and that the Viking kings and the Viking people descended from Odin and Thor and those gods. So those like descended very closely were the Viking kings and queens. And in Egypt, Rome, Greece, like say Leonidas was a descendant of Hercules himself, they said. So this is where and they were like serpentine creatures. So in my opinion, this is where this comes from, about like royal ties, these bloodlines are related to these reptilian creatures, which everybody would be related to these creatures. Technically, well, most people would be related to Nephilims and things because they survived the flood, and people would have small amounts of this in their DNA. I know this sounds far off, but so basically this correlates with what the Bible is saying and things like that, and I would feel the same way, that it's off the wall, but this correlates to what archaeological discoveries and things that were found about this, biblically speaking, and through other religions. So now, some of these kings and queens and these people, all of them converted to Christianity, and that God had them as the head of his church, various churches and various people. So then these descendants became kings and queens to defend Christianity. Just like how in different religions you have things that were pagan but now they're Christian, like Christmas. Or how in Mecca, in Islam, now they believe that Abraham and Ishmael built it, but like before Muhammad had the place in Mecca declared as a thing for the Abrahamic religions, the Kaaba in Mecca was some type of a pagan idol to the pagan gods. So they took it and made it into something, in my opinion, to the god of the Abrahamic religions. And so Rome did this, various religions did this, but now there are some people that are into occultic practices from these bloodlines. There's various different bloodlines that are into occultic practices. So they're linking themselves to their fallen ancestors, and which anybody can do. Anybody can summon these things and tap into these darker attributes that people have in their DNA. So these people in these families and stuff, they might, not all of them, but some people, like the Skulls, the Masons are famous, but I've talked to a Mason before, and that they believe that they're kind of strange, one Mason told me, but the other ones you don't hear about are really interesting. So that is an explanation about the lizard people and where that comes from, and the shapeshifters, and perhaps I'm related to them because my eyes change colors and things. So yeah, so people can use their gift or their line for good. Like Merlin is a perfect example. I've done a lot of I've done a lot of things about Merlin. So Merlin was he was a descendant of a demon and a nun. And I think his mother was royalty. And this demon creature, he had these magical powers and things, but he chose to be baptized and use his skills for good. And he mentored King Arthur, who is a Christian Welsh king. Now this is in legends. This is not like a historian and people are going to say it's not real and stuff, but just hypothetically assuming it's real, because I believe it, in my opinion, it happened. Those people existed, but there's just no evidence for it because it was so far back. And so basically, assuming that the story of Merlin is real, that he had these abilities from his fallen father, and he was able to do this stuff. but he used his gifts for good, and the Welsh fought off the English, which I'm related to all of them. So the Anglo-Saxons are coming to England to take it over, and King Arthur, which was a historical figure that did exist, fought off them, but there's not a lot known about it, that fought off the English invaders from the Celtic Welsh people. So that's an example of somebody using their gift for good. Some people could use it for bad. I think Fetterman is an alien in my opinion. And we gotta watch out for him, because he might be in cahoots with these things. So that's an explanation about the lizard people and stuff, how it's from the fallen angels. The fallen angels can appear as the Greeks or Romans and things like that. So yeah, that's one of them. And they're cold-blooded, and they're cold people. Alright. Now I'm going to react to my own video. And I'm going to react to my own video about the situation with the... what's it called? The alien mummy. Alright. So now we're going to switch gears. Talk about this. Turn this up. Drink some water. Here we go. That's up? Okay. Let me know how it sounds, chat. And this is about the same thing that I'm talking about with the aliens. The alien mummy. It'll answer y'all's questions if y'all still have any. All right. Everyone, greetings, everyone. In this video, we have a special topic to discuss. It's about the humanoid alien corpse that Mexico's Congress was showing. And I'm going to dive into this article and discuss my commentary. And here we go. Yeah, I said in the beginning, Latina, about how if anybody couldn't hear me, feel free to tell me something, but the other ones claim to have been able to have heard me. So thanks for the feedback, Latina. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Mexican politicians were shown 2 mummified corpses this week that a UFO expert claimed are clear demonstration of non-human aliens. The 2 bodies, with only 3 fingers on each hand and elongated ET-style heads, were displayed in windowed boxes Tuesday for a public congressional hearing on unidentified anomalous phenomena. The corpses are between 700 and 1800 years old, with x-rays showing one has mysterious eggs inside. UFOologist Jamie Masu. Yeah, and I wonder, because as I said, this was from the not the Alien Congress, the Mexican Congress, and that they were observing what was going on, and this thing had eggs in it, and that would be very interesting to see what goes on with that. Like, see, lizards and reptile creatures can lay eggs. Told the hearing, "We are not alone," Muassan said. The longtime UFO enthusiast told lawmakers that DNA testing proved that these specimens are not part of our terrestrial evolution. This is the first time extraterrestrial life is presented in such a form. And I think there is a clear demonstration that we are dealing with non human specimens that are not from our world. Right. And also, basically, that the DNA from this creature was not from our world. And I think, as I said, like, this interdimensional being or something like that. That's very fascinating. And you liked the alien pumpkin. Thank you. And that's funny, Latina. Or any other species. Alright. So there you go. This is. Let's see how this looks. Alright, so you see. You see how basically the eggs inside of it, when they did the X-ray, those eggs and things. That's very fascinating. I wonder what's up with that. Yeah, that's very interesting. So that's the X-ray that they did, and that's the eggs. All right. And like when you look inside it, that's what they see. That we have on this planet. And I think that this is a very, very marvelous discovery. And as you can see, that this creature resembles a lot of the alien creatures that we have been discussing on this channel. Those of you that have been to my live streams, we have discussed these aliens, and I'm going to go live and talk about this in the next. You see, that's the scan of its brain. I think it's very, cool to see that this is being talked about more in the alien community, that this stuff is being talked about and discussed more, and that people are exposing what's going on, like me and others, that we're getting the hold of this and seeing what these things are for real, because seeing how it works, seeing its genetics, and I would be interested to see more information is coming out. Kidney stones, that's funny. And also, you gotta remember, in Egypt, in China, and South America, there are adjacent pyramids. And how would these beings, these people, beings, whatever they were, construct these things all over the world by accident? These pyramids. Now you see these pyramids, and yes, Way of the Road, I agree. It's like a spiders, yeah, and also Rebel, yeah, kidney stones. That's funny. And basically, you see in Mexico and all over the world, you have these pyramids all adjacent to each other, and something that could have a bird's eye view of the map, like we're seeing it right now, that this was something from some other realm wanted this thing to be there like that. These things would be there. And in my opinion, I think there are people from other planets that could be coming here. And for a long time now, I've also dabbled into the idea that some of these alien beings are likely some type of fallen angel mirage. Like in Christianity, we believe that the demons are trying to turn people from God, so they appeared as gods, and now they're going to appear as aliens. Maybe not all of them, but the ones that we're seeing. And they're up to nefarious purposes. These aliens are not on our side, in my opinion, and perhaps this could be a descendant of the fallen angels, because the Bible talks about the Nephilim. It could be something like that, or various different things, but that's a theory it could be. It could be a human-alien hybrid.
Further reading. The ancient specimen.
Yeah, because basically it could have been a junior Nephilim, like a tiny one. It could have been an alien, or some people think it could be paper mache. Things like that. And I wonder, what their motive is if they're trying to fake this. That would be interesting to know, and like how they would have done it.
Were retrieved from Cusco, Peru. In 2017, the hearing was told scientists recently studied the UFO specimens at the Autonomous National University of Mexico were able to extract.
Okay, Rebel. Good night. Thank you for coming, man. Always glad to have you here.
DNA evidence from the specimens using radiocarbon dating, Moasson explained. Benitez, director of the Scientific Institute for Health of the Mexican Navy, also said the X-rays, 3D reconstruction, and DNA analysis had been carried out on the remains. He says, I can affirm that these bodies have no relation to human beings, he said. This is a breakthrough. Some people are saying that these are fake, and with the scientific experiments that were conducted on these beings, on these corpses, are certainly not from this world, and it's something that existed at one time. Recently on one of my streams we were talking about another alien baby in South America.
Yeah, this is exactly because we went live one night and we were talking about this little guy right here. And in South America, like they had when the Spanish went there, they had these tiny little people and these giants. But what happened to those people was they got wiped out by the diseases and stuff.
View suggested it could be a Nephilim child. The mysterious findings were presented alongside a slew of other videos of UFOs and unidentified anomalous phenomena. The hearing aimed to rule on the phenomenon in the Aerial Space Protection Law, which would turn Mexico into the first country in the world to acknowledge the presence of aliens on the planet, local media reported. Ryan Graves, the executive director of Americans for Safe Aerospace and former U.S. Navy pilot, told the hearing that UAPs represent an urgent priority for both aerospace safety and scientific inquiry. Moasson, who is Mexico's best-known UFOologist, has been outspoken about extraterrestrial findings. I think that is marvelous because I myself and my companion, we were always interested in aliens and different things about it, and as you can see in the channel, obviously, it's something I take a great interest in, along with other topics. And I knew it would come out eventually, and I'm glad that they're discovering more things and showing the public. But I'm sure there are things that they're not telling us.
For many years, like, people that were talking about aliens or discussing it were seen as crazy. And people were not taken seriously, especially people that went through certain events and things. And now they're starting to come around and show us things. And I think that's good. Finally, it's happening.
For a long time, and it's nice that we're getting to know what's going on. And I think, in my opinion, and some of you also agree, that some of the movies we've had prepped people to know the knowledge of the aliens. Earlier this year, the expert tweeted about a photograph of a sunset over a stadium near the US Mexico border.
Oh yeah, so basically what happened here was in the US Mexico border there was this, no pun intended, alien that was detected. It was seen, this flying saucer thing. And I did a video about it. You're about to see me talk about it in the video. But yeah, so this flying saucer was over a game. People were freaking out and taking videos of it. And I really thought, like, my friend in another chat was telling us about it. And it was very interesting what was going on. How these people, that they saw it and it was fresh and new. That was very interesting.
And you all remember I did a video about that. Some of you perhaps found the channel that way. That featured a UAP. I believe it is a ship of non-human origin, he wrote. What's going on with Congress, with the UFO hearing, all of this coming together is a point in the right direction. And you could see the images of these aliens and stuff. And people can feel free to disagree. And, like, why would somebody make up something like this? And if it is made up, if it is something fake, what is it exactly? And I would feel the same way. And my position is always to look things with an open mind, because you never know, it could be true. There could be some kind of a logic that defies our own or logical explanation in physics, but we just don't have the known explanation for it.
Yeah, and basically, and that's the thing. It's like, because there's a way to explain all these things, but they just don't really have the explanation for it now. And I think that people in general, like, really think it's far out about these things. But there's something there. As I said, I'd rather believe that, like, I'm not going to go jump off a bridge and think I could fly. And I'm naturally very skeptical, but it's like, if something makes sense to me, I'll go and take the risk and believe in it. If there's nothing, like, if it's not obviously fake, if it's like a mystery, and then we'll also be open for it being refuted. And because I think everybody should be taken seriously with these things, because it's, there's a lot of abduction stories. In chat, I would like to know, what are your thoughts about this alien mummy? Like, do you all think that, I know I asked this earlier, but after reviewing some of this stuff, do you all think that it's some kind of, paper mache, or it's something that they made up, or it could be some kind of extraterrestrial being? If y'all are, if y'all want, I'd like to see what y'all's thoughts about it are.
And you could say it's anything, but I do believe it's extraterrestrial in what I said earlier in this video. And you could comment your thoughts below, and I will be going live about this topic. Thank you so much for watching.
Alright. And look at Skinny Bob. Yeah, this thing. Exactly, SE. I agree to not jump. That's Skinny Bob. And those are some of the other gray aliens. It looks kind of similar to the thing that we saw. And it looks similar to the alien mummy. That's right, Latina, you weren't here. Alright. Yeah, I want to go read an article about it. Okay. Skinny Bob. Okay. Let's see. Alright, Essie. Alright, thank you. As I said, it could be fake. It easily could be fake. It's just that I think it's very interesting. Very interesting. I'm leaning more it's real, but I'll be interested. I would love to be refuted about that. And then SE, what to you points out that you think it's fake? Like to you, what makes you think it's fake? You don't have to say it, but I would be interested to see your perspective of it. I know it looks like a little ET thing. Alright, so this is... Yeah, that's a picture of him. You know, it kind of looks like something out of paper mache or clay, but it's supposed to be a mummified alien creature that I think is likely real, in my opinion. Alright. Mexico's Congress heard testimony from experts who study extraterrestrials on Tuesday, and the hearing started with a huge surprise. Jamie Muasson, a self-described UFOologist, brought two caskets in the congressional chambers. As Masuan spoke, two men uncovered the caskets to reveal the two bodies. And we'll get to that clip in a moment. Alright. The corpses looked white and like stereotypical depictions of aliens. So it looks like something you'd see like a gray alien or an ET or something like that. And that's interesting you pointed out, Latina, about Hollywood using real humans for their experiments. I mean, for their movies. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, SC, thank you. Thank you. The corpses looked white and like stereotypical depictions of aliens. Big head, little body, 3 fingers. Muasson said they were found in Peru in 2017 and are estimated to be 1,000 years old. One of the bodies had been pregnant, he claimed. These are not mummies, he said. These are complete bodies that have not been manipulated. Speaking under oath, Muasson claimed the bodies were non-human. Alright, SC, thank you for telling me about that. Okay. As I said, for me to, I would have to see the article or see a large thing that this was fake for me to, understand, because I'm naturally very skeptical. It's like, and I acknowledge that it could be fake. Okay. You saw an article. I believe you. And I would like to see more information about that coming out. Alright. Muasson and others have presented similar claims about the alleged alien remains in the past. Scientists dismissed them as either ancient Peruvian mummies or manipulated mummies. So that's what the scientists are saying. So the scientists are saying they have been dismissed them as either ancient Peruvian mummies or manipulated mummies. All right, SC, thank you. And Anthony, I understand. Your position's understood. Thank you, sir. And I remember, chat, I've said before that the media and the government doesn't want people to know about these aliens and these ETs. They want people to not be frightened and freaked out because they think people can't handle it. And I think also, not you all, but other people might be in denial or not want to accept that something's real like this because it might freak them out subconsciously or consciously. You don't want to have riots and things like that. So I think that it's partially that. It's like censorship because to me, what stood out to me is they did an x-ray on it. They show that it has like a skeleton that has eggs in it. I mean, so somebody had to sit there in an art studio and get like bones or something that's like bones and make a rib cage, put eggs inside of it, put a covering over it, and put something other coverings over it and put it like that. So they were really intricate about it. And they did a scan on its brain, and there's a brain there. And that could have been wrong information, and I would love to be proven wrong and put in my place. To me, that's what I think, in my opinion. And if it's fake, okay, it's fake. I'll accept it. And I would like it to be fake. That would be easier for for it to be fake. That would be great. I wish it was fake. But, alright, thank you, Essie, for the link. I'll look at it after this. Exactly, Amanda. Thank you. I'm glad that you. Well, I'm glad for all of your opinions, but all right, Amanda agrees with me. That's cool. And I will look at the article and make my refutation or whatever on it. During Tuesday's hearing, Jose Benitez, a forensic expert and military doctor, walked the Congress through scans of the alleged alien bodies. All right, let's see.
Para tal efecto, iniciaré con la descripción de las imágenes que estaremos observando a continuación. Son cuerpos de aproximadamente 60 centímetros de largo, cubiertos de un polvo blanco que mediante microscopía electrónica.
You see how intricate, in my opinion, this thing is? It's like somebody in an art studio had to put all this together. The skeleton, the eggs, put all of that together. It's not just like if I was in art class. My school had an art program. I did paper mache before. I've done things like that before, and I'm not gonna say anything condescending to anybody. That's not what it's meant to be. What I'm about to say. I'm not mad or anything. But when you do paper mache, like the inside is not bones and skeletons and organs and things. It's like a hollow interior, unless if you want to put it there manually. All right, let's let the man continue. All right. So that's what I think. I think this man is doing a great analysis about it. And it goes to a different page, and it doesn't do what I want it to do. Okay.
Identificamos como polvo de diatomea, el cual permite la desecación de los cuerpos, así como la ausencia de generación de bacterias, hongos y fauna cadavérica. La presencia de este polvo permite la perfecta conservación por desecación de estos cuerpos.
Yeah, I think he's pointing out a good point about the skull and how its neck is and the interior of it. Remember, these people are under oath and putting their reputations and their lives on the line. And, like they wouldn't be able to practice if they're lying, in my opinion. Like the doctors.
Provocando un proceso de conservación natural a través del tiempo, el cual pudimos calcular aplicando la prueba de carbono 14, mismo que señaló y dató un promedio de 1000 años de antigüedad. Esto hace del lugar del hallazgo de estos cuerpos un lugar idóneo para su conservación y preservación por quien o quienes los hayan depositado en este sitio en el Perú. Entrando en el tema de la...
Yeah, you could see the bones and things that he's talking about, and I think that he's pointing out very well the intricate nature of like the bones and different things like that.
Podemos observar que tienen una estructura humanoide que consta de cabeza, tronco, abdomen y extremidades, las cuales concluyen en manos y pies tridáctilos. La estructura ósea de todo el esqueleto nos muestra una perfecta armonía y concordancia entre las articulaciones. La parte final de cada hueso embona a la perfección con el hueso que le sigue, y además se observa el desgaste de estos por el movimiento de la bio...
Yeah, facts way of the road. Yeah, it does look cute, Amanda. And I think, it's like a humanoid creature. And there's all kinds of different humanoid creatures. And he's talking about the biomechanics and the different things like that and the interior of it. And as I said, when you're doing paper mache or something like that, unless you manually put all these intricate bones and flesh and all these different things that are in this thing, unless you want to manually put that in there in paper mache, it's hollow. You just have like a hollow carton.
Mecánica propia del espécimen, siendo huesos muy resistentes pero muy ligeros, fuertes pero livianos como los de las aves. La cabeza es un elemento de particular interés, ya que es grande en sus proporciones comparadas al cuerpo. Sin embargo, es un cráneo neumatizado, es decir, con espacios que le permiten ser muy ligero, pero rígido y resistente, con una gran cavidad intracraneal, lo cual evidencia que era contenedor de material cerebral o neurológico muy grande. Igualmente, vemos que los espacios de las órbitas oculares son de un tamaño muy amplio.
Yeah, and also basically, he's talking about the size of the skull and the humanoid nature of it, and the flesh. I see flesh in the model. It's all very interesting. Very interesting.
Lo que permitiría una visión estereoscópica muy amplia para...
Oh, okay, Latina. All right. I'll turn it louder. Okay.
Espécimen. Cuenta además con unas fosas nasales muy pequeñas y con una cavidad oral que por su articulación mandibular y ausencia de piezas dentales permite determinar que su alimentación era por deglución y no por masticación. El cuello, a su vez, es una estructura larga que se une a la cabeza en el piso medio del cráneo, lo cual es una rareza que en las especies primates no ocurre, ya que la unión es en el piso posterior y no en el piso medio, a través del agujero magno, el cual suele ser de forma circular u ovoide.
That was a good point he made about that. And he's talking about Alexander the Great. And the circular point, his oval shape, and about the eyes and the joints and stuff. As I said, it's very intricate. It's very intricate.
Siendo algo único, ya que en estas especies es de forma rectangular y cúbico. Esto hace consonancia con las 4 o 5 vértebras cervicales, las cuales son pequeñas en su grosor óseo, pero que tienen un disco intervertebral muy ancho, lo cual hace posible que este cuello fuera retráctil como el de las tortugas. En el tórax encontramos una horquilla muy similar al de las aves que permite continuar con las articulaciones del hombro.
You could say he's talking about the birds, how it's similar to like a bird, and I think that's an excellent analogy he made. And this is a doctor, and he's explaining it like the X-rays of what they've done on this thing, and he, is explaining to the Congress about this. This is very serious. It is scary, Latina. I agree.
Son de capacidades muy amplias en su movilidad. En el tórax encontramos que las costillas son completas y continuas, totalmente circulares hasta unirse con la columna vertebral. Tienen un espacio muy reducido entre ellas, siendo en número entre 14 a 16. En el abdomen podemos evidenciar la presencia de 3 huevos que en la cavidad abdominal, gracias a la tomografía.
Explaining what he's saying, because I could see it, those that might be listening to it, and of course we'll go back and look what what he's saying. So basically, that they found eggs in there, inside of the creature, and they're talking about the hands now, the 3 fingers, and the joints, the different muscles in it. There's very intricate details that couldn't just be some art creation that somebody made. It does look like an art creation, but with an art creation, it's like you take a hammer, you smash it, there's nothing in there. There's not all this in there. If you were to do an X-ray on it. So that's what the doctor is saying to the Mexican Congress.
Podemos evidenciar a nivel milimétrico que existen oviductos con la presencia de huevos milimétricos. Esto quiere decir que se encontraban en un proceso de gestación continuo, además de que corrobora al 100% que son biológicos y orgánicos, ya que el proceso de replicación o reproducción a través...
What Sarah said in chat earlier, not this chat, she's not here, but she said on my video earlier before I went live, is that these things were reptilian. It looked like a reptilian thing, and I just went on a rant to teach you all about the reptilian angels, the Watchers, and their descendants. So there you go, chat. This man said it's like a reptilian creature. There you go. As I said, there you go.
De estos huevos y de su desarrollo en el oviducto sería imposible de falsificar. Podemos además observar, gracias a la tomografía, los trazos de músculos, tendones, ligamentos y vasos sanguíneos, así como posibles órganos u organelos.
We got organs and blood vessels. So if something is a piece of art or something, it's like, unless if you're real intricate with it and you're going to make a really specific thing, you're not going to have that inside of a piece of art. Like, so that's why, that... Exactly, Anthony. It would take years to make it. And I went to art at school that had an art program that I went to as a kid. And it could be an altered human person. It could be something made in a laboratory, Latina. Very possible. Very possible. Something like that. It's all I'm saying is it's some kind of biological organism. It's not like it's not Winnie the Pooh. Or it's not this thing. Or it's not one of the art creations. And this time it's not him. Maybe the next one will be. Alright, here we go.
Habrá que definir en estudios posteriores. Llegando a las extremidades, podemos señalar que hay una completa armonía y concordancia entre las articulaciones y el desgaste propio de la biomecánica del espécimen, las cuales terminan en manos y pies tridáctilos de 5 falanges. Esto les permitiría no ocupar el dedo pulgar como posición, sino ocupar sus 3 dedos en manera de envolvimiento para sujetar las cosas. He aquí una de las particularidades más sobresalientes y relevantes que no cuentan con huesos del carpo y del tarso.
Yeah, you see, it has these bones in it also he's talking about. The phalanges. And he's describing in detail about these bones. You can see the eggs. You can see all this in detail. How detailed this thing is. Like when I was in ABL last night, my good friend made in Japan, he was talking about it, and I made my defense about the topic. A good friend of mine, and people in the chat. And as I said, like I would like to know about this being fake. This is very... I need a good thing to look at tonight. I'm going to look at that after this. And also, there's still more to this video, but that is this intricate explanation of the interior of this thing. This was presented on the Mexican television to their Congress and to their people. And SE in chat, this is the explanation. That this is what's going on here.
Son directas a los huesos del brazo y el antebrazo. Además de que terminan en una especie de lecho unguial para la uña y que a observación de microscopios encontramos huellas digitales. Esto sería imposible de replicar. Estas huellas digitales son de particular interés, ya que la mayoría de los especímenes en este planeta tienen huellas onduladas o circulares, y las huellas digitales de estos especímenes son completamente rectas y lineales de forma horizontal. Otra particularidad es que
Right, so he's showing the stomach of it and how the biologics of this thing works. Like with the eggs and stuff. And it did it to me again. I just want to stay on this page.
Es que algunos de estos cuerpos poseen implantes metálicos que se encuentran perfectamente adosados dentro de la piel y hacia la superficie, haciendo una fusión biofuncional muy impresionante. Estos implantes son la aleación de diversos...
And, let's see. Okay, Latina, thank you for telling me about that. Alright. About the English translation. Okay. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I'll let it keep playing. Anyway, let's see. Well, maybe we could go on Twitter and see if it's going to. On X, formerly known as Twitter. Is it going to cut off?
A los huesos y lineales de forma tal.
Yeah, it did cut off. Yeah, you're right. Now, I'm going to have it play anyway, just so you all could just observe what's going on. And if Latina wants to make remarks about this in the chat, she can if she wants. So you all might not understand what they're saying exactly.
Metales dentro de los cuales destaca el osmio y el cadmio, mismos que son ocupados actualmente para la telecomunicación satelital. Por último, señalaré que los análisis de ADN, después de haber sido comparados con más de 1 millón de especies registradas, encontramos que existe una diferencia significante entre lo conocido y estos cuerpos. Estos estudios se realizaron en diversas instituciones de alto nivel, tanto nacional como internacional, y los resultados dieron evidencia de que un 70% del
material... now he's showing different points of view with the... I don't know what the machine's called he's using exactly, but I'm just going to say... If y'all know what the machine's called, correct me. It's like an X-ray type machine, and he's just going into more detail about, what I was saying before and what he was previously saying. He's going to depths about the different parts of it. And so yeah. All right, Latina.
El material genético tiene coincidencia con lo conocido, pero hay una diferencia del 30%. ¿Cuál es la relevancia de esto? Pues que si el ser humano comparado con primates tiene una diferenciación menor al 5% y que comparado con bacterias tiene una diferenciación menor al 15%, esto indicaría que la diferencia encontrada de más del 30% es algo totalmente fuera de parámetro y de lo esperado. es ajeno a lo descrito y conocido hasta este momento por el ser humano. Estos estudios y resultados se encuentran publicados y a
All right,
disposición de
so
que...
yeah, that's that. So he was talking about different percentages and things, and talking about the primates and different stuff like that, and how it doesn't resemble, that these things, it has certain bacteria in it, and it doesn't resemble things from DNA from this earth. So there you go. That is their analysis. The Mexican government and their doctor was explaining how it worked. Yeah, and it says furthermore, Mexico's Congress also was shown videos of Mexican pilots struggling to make sense of the fast flying objects before them. Remember, I made a video recently about the situation in the objects in Mexico flying around. I did that towards the end of one of my other videos where I was talking about the UAPs, UFOs in Mexico. Yeah, that's what they're talking about here. And we are not alone, Muasin claimed. And the hearing included remarks by Ryan Graves, executive director of the Americans for Safe Aerospace Organization. A former Navy fighter pilot, Graves was one of the 3 veterans who testified in front of the U.S. Congressional Subcommittee investigating the existence of the UFOs in July. He claimed the alleged... Now, this is like the paragraph before that. Yeah, he claimed that alleged aliens had big brains, big eyes, which allowed for a wide stereotypic vision, and they lacked teeth, so they likely did not drink and did not chew. And it adds even more mystery. In a post on X, formerly known as Twitter, he said he accepted the Mexican Congress innovation, hoping to keep the momentum of government interest in pilot experiences with unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. Unfortunately, yesterday's demonstration was a huge step backwards for the issue, he wrote. My testimony centered on sharing my experience in the UAP reports I hear, from commercial and military aircrew through ASA's witness program. I will continue to raise awareness of UAP, an urgent matter of aerospace safety, national security, and science, but I am deeply disappointed in the substance stunt. All right. Are you still here, Essie, or did you go to bed? I was about to read the thing he sent me. I always like to see what he has to say. And, read it, whatever. I'm going to read this other article that he talked about. Alright. No, that's not what I thought. No, that's not what I was supposed to put there. Yeah, that is what I was supposed to put there. Okay. Alien fraud. Mexico's Congress debunks the 1,000-year-old extraterrestrial claims. Alright, so this is something to debunk what was said before, and if something happens with the connection chat, let me know. An extraordinary session held at Mexico's Congress, a sessional alien theory was promptly debunked, dispelling any notions of extraterrestrial visitors. Contrary to Hollywood's vivid portrayals of a saucer-shaped UFOs and green invaders, there were no flying saucers hovering over the historic building, and no little green men. Well, nobody was saying that little green men were there at the building. And also, not talking about SC Wolverines, I'm talking about this article. And the Hollywood vivid portrayal of flying saucers and green invaders, that's a strawman argument. There is no... These beings were not there. We're just talking about this UFO creature, this alien creature, that I feel it's like roll call at school. Like, is he here? He's here. Alright. So, the strawman argument in the beginning of this article, I'm not really a big fan of what they're saying exactly. Because basically, it's like the theory promoted debunked, dispelling notions of extraterrestrial visitors, contrary to Hollywood's debunking the situation. We're just talking about little green men. These things, because they only went to Earth one time in the 1940s. All right. So let's see what the refutation is. Go. In Brazil. Okay. I think that article had too many ads in it, and it was causing the stream to go down. But I want to see what they were saying though. Let me know, chat, if y'all can hear me and see me. All right. Now, SC, the article, I think I'll try it again. I'm gonna try this again, and see if there's a problem. Okay, so I want to see what they're saying, and I could refute it. And if not, I'll just go to another article and refute it. There's so many ads in it. Okay, so lawmakers gathered in Mexico, researchers. So Brazil, and they're going to be annoying, and they're going to put a bunch of stuff in my face. Okay, so look at it. That's what I thought, Amanda. It was an MRI. That's what I thought. Or some kind of x-ray machine, but I wasn't exactly sure. The United States, okay, intriguing possibility of extraterrestrial life. This even mirrored similar ones in the U.S. Congress, just 2 months prior to the former U.S. Air Force intelligence officer claiming the knowledge non-human activity back in 1930s. One of the focal points in the session was Mexican journalist Jose Muasin, who presented 2 boxes containing what he and others believed to be non-human beings unrelated to terrestrial evolution. These desiccated, shrunken bodies with wrapped heads left those in the chamber astonished, sparking surge of social media activity. Alright, thanks chat for the feedback. Alright. Muasin emphasized the significance of DNA analysis, stating it's the queen of all evidence. However, he refrained from categorizing them as extraterrestrials at this stage. These enigmatic bodies purportedly date back to 2017 and were found deep underground in Nazca Desert of Peru. Peru recently, there was an alien sighting that happened that I talked about before. That's interesting. Famous for its colossal mysterious geoglyphs. While many attribute the Nazca lines as an ancient indigenous communities, these formations have also captured imaginations. Latina, I'll get to your point, what you mentioned in a moment. Don't make any sudden movements. That's funny, Latina. I want to see what this Anthony dude said. There is a short film called The Gate, and in the Bible, it's the gate of damnation is wide. Shows what happens to humans when they enter the gate of aliens appear. Thank you, Anthony, for telling me about that, and that makes perfect sense. And Latina, I'll get to what you're saying in a moment about ETs and what your friend said? I'll get to your point in a moment. All right. So we're going to... And also, Anthony, he says, I did look at it and I did read it, and I'll read it again, Anthony. All right, in a moment. It is essential to note that in 2017, Muassin made similar claims in Peru. However, a report from the country's prosecutor's office concluded that the bodies were recently manufactured dolls covered with a mixture of paper and synthetic glue to stimulate skin. Well, there you have it, chat. As I just said a moment ago, if you have something that's glue and paper, you're not going to have bones, tissues, cartilage. And I'm sure you all did too in school, physiology and stuff. This thing has bones, it has connective tissue. It's not just something made out of paper mache. See the straw man they're doing here? Oh, Amanda, I agree with you, and I would rather just say Twitter, and I'll just say Twitter from now on. I was reading an article, and it said that literally. And so basically, and SE is a nurse. So he would know more than myself that if all the things that the doctor was showing, although he was speaking a different language, and I was like paraphrasing, or I'm not paraphrasing, I was just telling y'all like what he was saying. But he knows things from the screen, and he knows, like, different things and stuff like that. And, like, you can see it was more than just glue and paper. And this is what we call a straw man. When you create something like this thing, like it was just glue and paper because of the way it looks. But when you look into depth and dive into it, like I showed you in the other video, it's more than just some art piece. That's why people like censorship. Because they don't want people knowing the truth. And a straw man argument is when you make a straw man. Let's say it's a scarecrow in a garden of corn, a cornfield, and you have a scarecrow. And I'm going to say, everybody in chat, I'm going to go beat up this guy over in the cornfield for no reason. And it's just a scarecrow. And I would go and punch it one time, and it breaks in a million pieces. That's an example of this. Yeah, if it's a recently manufactured doll with paper mache and synthetic glue, maybe they're secretly in cahoots with Stockton Rush, Amanda, because they use glue. It's more than just glue when you do an X-ray on it. All right, so that's an example of a straw man. This report unequivocally asserted that these figures were human-made, not the remains of ancestral aliens. Whether these are the same bodies are presented in Mexico remains are uncertain. Adding to the skepticism, Julieta Ferrerio, a researcher in the Institute of Astronomy in the National Autonomous University of Mexico, and synchronicity twice, because we were just talking about astronomy, and another factor is that I was talking in a chat to somebody recently, in another chat that was at the University of Mexico, and he was telling me about his classes and stuff. He's a very smart dude. And about the architecture there and stuff. So that's two synchronicities for me. And the researcher had several questions about the researcher's claims. She pointed out that their assertion of university endorsement was false and emphasized the need for more advanced technology to determine the nature of the alleged classified bodies. You just saw a video of the congressional hearing. And basically, in this congressional hearing, you saw they went in great detail and great depth about the interior of the corpse of the alien creature. So they did use, to answer Furio, it's like if there was a Patrick water here, you would have to have it on the screen and open it up and drink it. That's what I just did. And somebody says I didn't do it. I did it. Unless they didn't know I did it. And alleged classified bodies. Alright. Fierro stated, Muassin has done many things. He says he has talked to the Virgin of Guatapelia. Gulape, rather. That's what I meant to say. He told me extraterrestrials talk to him because I don't believe in them. You see, this person may have had an extraterrestrial experience, and Latina, another synchronicity thing, was talking about how they talk through telepathy, and that's something similar, in my opinion, to what he was talking about. She also found, in particular, the eye with the x-ray of the inside of this thing, with its bones, with its cartilage, with its tissue, with its intricateness. It's like everything they said. So that's just telling you all about, like, SC and Latino were talking about how the media lies. This is an example of the media lying. The Congress had not taken a stance on the presented thesis. He emphasized that the belief or disbelief was personal matter for each legislator. And that's how I feel. It's if you believe in it or not, that's your business. That's how I feel. But stressed the importance of an open dialogue on the topic of extraterrestrials. This event in Mexico comes on the heels of retired Major David Grush's testimony to the U.S. Congress, where the alleged U.S. government was concealing a program to retrieve and reverse engineer unidentified flying objects. Something Latina pointed out is that maybe it's a human alien hybrid or some kind of thing made in a laboratory. Some of you have mentioned that before. So perhaps it was something like that. Whatever it is, it's some kind of biological organism, in my opinion. Reverse engineer unidentified flying object, UFOs. The Pentagon has denied Grush's claims. This marks the latest efforts by the U.S. Congress to delve into the realm, I think it's probably dive, in my opinion, into the realm of UFOs, they call UAPs, reflecting growing national security concerns linked to the pilot sightings potentially tried to use U.S. adversities. So there you go. The video that I showed previously to y'all of the x-ray, the autopsy, the MRI of this being, and the pictures I showed in the beginning of the skeleton, of the eggs inside of it. It wasn't something made out of paper and glue and some kind of an art project. So I still am firmly believing, after seeing that is absolutely real. I believe it more than before, if I didn't already believe in it. And thank you, SC, for showing me that article. Thank you very much. And I like to see what y'all have to send me. What y'all send me. This is what it's all about. It's a discussion. It's a dialogue between us about a multi-log, because we're all of us are in chat, of what this thing is exactly. And we'll do this again. And I may... Amanda. Exactly, Amanda. These articles. Yeah. And I did paper... And I'm not saying this to anybody on ABL or to anybody in chat. But I will say this. I have paper mache in my room. I did it before in art class. I made a paper mache globe when I was in 3rd grade, out of newspaper. This fella, right here, is hard as rock. It's a fossilized corpse. It's a rotten, dried up corpse. It's mummified. And eventually paper mache, that it doesn't stay firm, especially if it was made in 2017. And it's very, you could just tear it open, paper mache. What kind of paper is that? So no, I was in art class, and I did it myself, and this is not paper mache. Anyway, so basically, like I studied science and art and different things, and I know S.E. Wolverines was a nurse, and he would also see that from the other video that this is a biological creature from the autopsy. Oh yeah, I remember my friend Miss Adams was thinking it was paper mache. Not Miss Adams. It was not Miss Adams. It was Miss Madam. Right. Shout out to Miss Adams. She's cool people. It's Miss Madam. It's a completely different person. Yeah, Miss Madam was like, oh, it's paper mache. Then I was explaining to it, but it's like, that's not paper mache. That, if anything, that looks kind of like one of those sculptures. It's more like a sculpture-looking thing. I would say it's like a sculpture. And anything, like the Bible says people are made out of clay, this thing looks like it's made out of clay. That's why it looks like a piece of art. Yeah, I would say it's more like it's something carved from stone than being paper mache. But no, I believe it's a fossilized... obviously a fossilized, mummified person. I studied art. I did art stuff since I was in kindergarten. And I'm very artistic and creative. So I've done it a long time. I remember the sculptures. It reminds me of a sculpture. And I studied mummies from Egypt. And we're going to dive into this more. And all right, and we're going to look at mummies, chat. We're going to go to Egypt real quick. This is a mummy face. I've studied mummies before. Graphic warning for everybody, for people that are triggered. All right, graphic warning. Viewer discretion is advised for young people. This is a mummy. And see, this thing, it's very similar. That was artificially mummified. So say if I want to... Now, graphic warning for chat. This is going to get very graphic. But so basically... And look, I could be wrong, as I said. I could still be wrong. Put me in my place. That's fine. If I'm wrong, I'll accept it. I don't know everything. Just most things. That's a joke. But, so, basically... that was hysterical. So basically, that's a mummy. And a graphic warning for chat, how you create a mummy in Egypt. I had this book about King Tut, and my grandma worked at the museum in New Orleans about the King Tut's museum. In my school, they sold at the book fair a mummy book. So in the mummy book, they told you how they artificially made mummies. And fun fact, mummy in British and Australian and in Canada, mummy means mommy. Mummy is mommy. Mum is mom. I know that from being, my family in England. So it's kind of funny for me to say mummy. Or mummies. It's really funny. So they will take the brain out of the nose. So they'll put a thing up the nose and take the brain out. And they do all these different things and take the eyes out and stuff, I think. And then they make it into a mummy. And they drain everything out of it. Graphic warning. So that's how they do that. So that's a mummy. And this is the alien mummy. I feel in my opinion, it's very similar to that. You could see, like, people that study simple archaeology, you would see that, how a mummy looks, and how that looks. Looks the same. So as I said, at the most, if it's like more of a sculpture in paper mache, but no, it's a mummy. It's a mummified corpse of an alien. All right. We got that. And yeah, and I understand, Essie, you would like to see it up close, and I wish we had more technology where I could be able to show you it up close. And so yeah, but I'll show you all. These are some pictures. There you go. And it could be some kind of humanoid person. Oh, my bad. My bad. My bad. that was an accident. I didn't mean to do that. Let's switch it back to that. Rest in peace, headphone users. Okay. And let's see what SC Wolverines is saying. Okay, SC, thank you. Alright. So yeah, that's... You know, y'all can look at that for a second. I'm gonna do something real quick. No. Alright. Let's see. Thanks, Amanda. And I'll look at the video that SE sent. And as I said, I believe with the X-ray that they did and the MRI that it's real. Okay? Without a doubt. Even if he is a con man or whatever the guy thinks, I think this is real. But let's see what he has to say. This other dude.
When there's nothing...
Well, Amanda, I showed you before, just previously a moment ago, that they did a X-ray on it, and it has bones. I'll show it again. No, I'll show it again. It has bones, it has veins, it has different things like that, but no, I'm going to show it again. But yeah, so it wouldn't have, if it was a sculpture, it wouldn't have bones and veins and things in its body like that. In my opinion.
Versioning and not going away. Today is the 13th of September, 2023. I am your intrepid host, L.A. Marzulli. This is our very special UFO update.
All right. see. Okay, here we go when he talks about it.
Connected with alien claims later proven to be false before. So what are we to believe? Look, I've met Jaime. I spent time with him. We took him out to dinner. The late Richard Shaw and I were friends with him. He opened up his offices down in Mexico City when Richard and I flew down. I think it was like 2014, 2015, right around that window of time. Could even be 2012 or earlier. I don't know. But we spent a couple of days down there. Jaime was such a gracious host. He's a great guy. I saw him last year at the UFO conference. So we're not here to disparage Jaime or, bash him over the head and call these claims fake. What I do want to do is walk through it. Because the moment I saw this, I just went, I'm not buying it. But that's my take. And I'll tell you why I'm not buying it, okay? So we know that the two corpses were discovered in Peru in 2017. Well, the first question is, everybody has cell phones. Everybody, pretty much. Unless you're...
Yeah, there's a lot of mass communication, and a lot of people would know what's going on. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah, he made a good point with that.
The Congo someplace, or the deep in the Brazilian jungle or something, the rainforest, some unheard of tribe. Pretty much everybody on the planet is hooked up with a cell phone. Where are the pictures? Where's the provenance? But I digress. So let's move on. So there's Jaime Maussan talking about biological remains that were discovered once again back in Peru in 2017, and we'll continue from there. So he's a showman. I get that. And that I'm not disparaging Jaime. Jaime's a great guy. We love Jaime, all right? But I have a problem with this type of research. I really do. And we've learned over the years to make sure of his provenance, make sure of his chain of custody, all this. And that's what we try to do when we're out in the field researching or looking at things. It's not possible all the time. But somebody has a cell phone. So the first question is, let me back up. Everybody on the planet has a cell phone. Where's the provenance? Why hasn't someone gone click, click, click as they're taking the bodies or discovering the so-called bodies from this cave in Peru? Other artifacts also came.
Yeah, and as I said, I understand the point about how people are confused about it and what it could be, and I'm interested to see what he has to say about it. And with the X-ray stuff that they did on the bodies, that is the thing that sells it out for me about why it is real in my opinion. But I like his analysis about the situation.
From the same cave, as far as I know. But where are the pictures? You see something like this, rule of thumb, this is the ground floor level. You see an artifact, you see something, you never pick it up. You get the camera out, you put something next to it like a silver dollar or a dollar bill, better yet a yardstick, whatever, and you take multiple photographs from multiple sides. That establishes provenance. It shows where it was, how big the thing is.
Oh yeah, he's exactly right. And perhaps the people, in my opinion, may have not have known or weren't aware of whatever reason those protocols to take a picture of it, to do what he's saying, and that's what you're supposed to do to prove the point. Because it's like, this is why people thought it was a piece of art or something that was faked. So they didn't do the proper protocol for it. And that's true, and they should have done that. But maybe, in my opinion, they didn't know, or they weren't doing it the correct way for whatever reason, if they knew better.
Well, that's not done here. So Jaime rolls out these two containers, and in that, when he takes the lids off, we see these guys. And there it is. So what are we to make of this? What are we to make of this? Has Jaime been fooled? Well, let's walk through it. In the first place, when I discovered this picture in the archives in Catalina, circa 2013, I was in the archives at the Catalina Island Museum. And John Borgino, who was the curator of the Island Museum at that time, said, "L.A., what do you want to see first?" I said, "Well, let's bring out the pictures." All these pictures were already cataloged. They had been gone through. They were in museum boxes. They were in little plastic cases in some Not all of them, but many of them were like that. With plastic around them to protect them, in manila folders, where they were found, the origin, the provenance, all this. So,
Well, I agree, Amanda. The fossil. You mean the... Let's see. These things are from Peru, Amanda.
discovered this photograph. Now, I'm not there when this photograph was taken in 1919, 1921, in that window of time. So, do I have provenance? No, I don't, because I can't go to this site where Ralph picked this thing up. I wish I could. I wish I could go to the exact location and see what he may have missed. Wouldn't that be fascinating? Wouldn't that be incredible? But there's
Yeah, that would be interesting, yes.
Glidden kept horrible records, if any at all, and so to find this location, could it be done? Possibly, but we only have this photo, and there's nothing in that photo. That's, who knows, right? Anyway, so there's has gone viral. The Vieira brothers used it in Search of the Lost Giants in their finale. It's also in my book, On the Trail of the Nephilim. So we have some provenance. There's some chain of custody. We know that Glidden took the photograph. There's Ralph in the picture. We don't know who snapped the photo. By the way, that you're looking at a 9-footer. Look at the difference in skull sizes. And I'm not going to get into this because that's, I've already covered this. It's in my On the Trail book. We've ad nauseum. We've talked about this. And other people have taken this
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, the skulls are a very interesting topic.
photograph and done things with it, and of course never give me credit. But I digress. That's how the game is played. So there's Glidden in a recently excavated tomb in front of him in situ.
Yeah, because that's how they're supposed to excavate something. But as I said, not everybody might do that. They may have not have done it the traditional way, in my opinion.
Is the skeleton. Ralph should have had some sort of measurement stick in front of this thing, but we sent this photograph out to 3 different researchers, and they were able to ascertain that you're looking at a 9-footer. So what we have here, this is when Richard Shaw and I were down in Mexico, and we were in Jaime's office, and Jaime goes, "Shaw, Marzulli, I got to go up and shoot some programs. I'll be right back." So he reaches in this cabinet behind his desk. He takes out this glass jar, and Richard and I are just dumbfounded. This is our first introduction to the fairy, okay? So we question Jaime about it. There's also, he brings in a geneticist who claimed to have looked at this thing. It's not in the gen bank. They're not sure what they're looking at. It was in formaldehyde. This, of course, you see the watcher's stamp. Now, we were not able to look at this. We were not able to bring it into the United States and look at the fairy. That came several years later.
Yeah, shout out to this dude in the video. I like his content. And yes, Essie, I agree that this will be me in 20 years. Yes. And also, as I said, for me, in my opinion, what the doctor was showing at the Mexican Congress of its bones, of its veins, of the intricate interior of the organism's body, it was not made out of art, or not saying that's not what this guy's saying, but the other thing, in my opinion, that was a real extraterrestrial creature, some kind of creature. It wasn't something made up. But he's making some good points and pointing out how this guy kind of did this and did that. But maybe in this situation, perhaps it may not be the case. But it's like the boy that cried wolf. You keep crying wolf, and there's really a wolf there, no one's going to believe you. So that's why everybody, to not lie and cheat people, because people won't believe you if you really find something or in a situation. Yeah, this is an excellent analysis. All right, let's continue.
About a year later, and we paid for it. We had Javier, one of Jaime's close friends, take the jar like you see here and bring it across the border. Now, before I get into that, Jaime had veterinarians look at it, anthropologists look at it. It was DNA tested. Scientists looked at it. Everyone thought it was real. That's the first thing. Everyone thought it was real. We had the original x-rays taken by by Jaime, and I brought them to a veterinarian who will remain anonymous here. We're in the Santa Monica Mountain area, Santa Monica, Malibu, Pacific Palisades area. So we got to see him, and he told us his thoughts, and he believed. He looked at the X-rays. We didn't have the body. We didn't have the so-called fairy. But in looking at the X-rays, he came on the record anonymously that in his opinion, this was real. And he was stunned by it. Around the midsection, there were pellets from a shotgun blast. So whatever this thing was blown out of the sky. And that lent a lot of credence to the whole story. Something saw this thing and went boom, picked it up, put it in the glass jar, bought it to Jaime Maussan. Jaime purchased this thing for thousands of dollars, by the way. So
yeah, so he's saying that, which I was talking about before briefly, that they're making these very intricate hoaxes. You know, he's saying that how pardon me. So that these hoaxes can be made out of real beings and stuff. So, and he's perhaps inferencing that in this other situation, this was created out of some kind of humanoid. But in my opinion, with the humanoid creature that they showed to the Mexican Congress, there's no bullet wounds. There's nothing there that, in my opinion, until further notice, that resembles anything from something else. And that the scientific analysis was that it was something that was not from here, and it had the intricate interior of it was not known to be from something else, but perhaps it is. We'll wait and find out to see if it could be debunked. And I will look forward to seeing how it could be debunked, but I still believe it is real, but this guy was known to fall for things. Not this person, but the person he's talking about.
Everybody and down in Mexico, they were fooled. The veterinarian here, he was fooled also, but we didn't have the body. But then we got the body, as I said. And Javier bought this thing out. The first thing we did was take x-rays of it. So, you know, when you look at this, it looks extremely authentic, doesn't it? But, and this is, we're taking it out of, there's the glass, authentic.
Personally, in my opinion, I think a fairy would look more like a person. Like, it's supposed to look like a human, but like a fairy. And to me, that looks like some type of creature, like it could be a bird or something like that. That was something that was killed off. That one looks like it was something else, yeah. Like, that's not necessarily a fairy. But I see how the guy was able to fool different people. And as I said, it's good to have different points of view.
Doesn't it? But, and this is, we're taking it out of, there's the glass jar. There were 3 veterinarians who examined this body at this clinic in Agora. And all of them originally thought it was real.
Even experts thought it was real. Good point.
We took the x-rays of it. So here we are, we're examining it. We're trying to find out what this thing is, because it fooled all of us. And it's on the tray, and it begins to dry out. Okay? It begins to dry out. And right here in the upper right corner.
All right. Chat's wondering, okay, so this guy, his channel's name is L.A. Mrazuli. I'll put the link for his channel over here, and y'all can see his channel. I like him too. Thank you, SC, for sending this. All right.
You can see what gave it away. And it was my discovery. I'm looking at this thing and I said, wait a minute. And I pick up the forceps and I pick this thing up and I go, what the heck is this? And the lead veterinarian goes, that looks like some sort of epoxy on either end and some matchstick or some wooden member which is attaching. The moment we saw that, we went back to the x-ray and really scrutinized it, what we had seen. And of course, this is what it looks like before we did anything to it. This is what it looks like after we began to take it apart. And this is what's interesting. You can see this is how we missed it. We looked at the
Yeah, and you can see how this thing also looks intricate as well, like what we were saying before.
The x-ray, and this was taken in the veterinarian's office. And if you look at the shoulders, you see the construct, you see the wood and the epoxy. And then you look.
You see how they did an x-ray on this, and that it's wood and epoxy. Now the other one, they did an x-ray MRI thing on it, and that it was bones. Now, of course, they need to go and do more research and more testing on this. Perhaps if this guy was able to go and research it and things like that. And because that other one, as I said, it was either faked better or maybe the other one really is real, the recent one, because it was all real bones, or it could be from some type of a primate creature or something. The recent ET, if that was faked, that's what it would be from. But just saying something was paper mache or something, like people are saying, it's not true. But yeah, I think the other thing could be real, but it needs to be further investigated to see if it's a fake like this, or maybe it is something that could be real, but we'll have to wait and see. And yeah, he believes they're from another dimension, Essie. Well, that's good. God bless him. That's great. Amen.
The opposing hip joints. Now, those little white dots that you see in the hip area, that's the bird shot. That's why that was one of the.
So you see, that's the bird shot part. And you could see that there's evidence that this thing, if you did an x-ray on it, that it wasn't real. But the other people did an x-ray on it, and it seems like it all makes sense for now, unless there's something that was being overlooked. But it's good to point this out and always be cautious and be skeptical of things, of course. I'm not necessarily saying the other thing is real, but I'm leaning more towards that. But it's good that he's pointing out this hoax that occurred.
Signs that we saw, some of the evidence that we saw that led credence to the story. The backstory is that someone saw this thing flying around, they took the shotgun, they shot it down, then they bought it to Jaime Maussan, and he bought it for an extraordinary amount of money. So basically, there were no sockets, there's no hip sockets. The opposing hip joints, they're just, everything is wrong. And once we discovered it, we went on the.
Yeah, to make clear, he was saying that they saw a fairy and shot it, so that's why that would have bullets in it, and the other thing wouldn't, because it was something in like a mummified casket and a mummified thing. And he's just saying how it all didn't add up when they dissected and looked at it. Right.
Now let me go back to that slide. Once we got there, and this is what real research is. You look at something and you're not sure, and in my book, which is in Further Evidence, it's also in this one, On the Trail of the Nephilim. I state on the record, as of this printing, we believe that this is authentic, that it's real. But further testing needs to be done. Now, I stated that on the record. Further testing needs to be done.
As I said, Essie was right. This dude's the 20-year-old version of me. Like the 20 years from now version of me. So yeah, I think with this current mummy alien thing, it just says he's not denying, I want to make clear, he's not denying that the thing is real. He's just saying that more testing needs to be done on these things. And I think, and that's what I said in the beginning, it's like synchronicity, more testing needs to be done on the ET alien thing, that I'm leaning towards it being real, the mummy thing, but it could easily be a fake, a very good fake. So as I said, more testing for the ET alien mummy needs to be done. That's what I think about that. Just as he's talking about this other instance with the same person. And that's why to not cry wolf unless there's a real wolf.
So that's the whole point. Once we got this and we realized it was a hoax, it was a clever forgery from some taxidermist somewhere, we immediately called Prophecy Watchers and Skywatch News.
And one thing I'll point out about the E.T. mummy, that if it is a fake, it's made out of like a sculpture. It's not paper mache. Because I took art. All right.
Because we had just returned from there, and we did programs on this. And we said, can't go with the program, guys, it's fake. And then immediately we blasted it out. At that time, I didn't have a video channel on YouTube. I had my blog, and we did a special report on it. We made sure that we were forthright. We didn't try to bury anything. I mean, the moment we found out it was a fake, I'm on the phone with Gary Stearman of Prophecy Watchers, and then Derek Gilbert over at Skywatch. Stop the presses, guys. And Derek was the host at that time. We can't go with this thing. This thing's a fake. This thing's a fake. So what research is taking something like this and doing due diligence. It cost us thousands of dollars to bring it out of Mexico. We're paying for the time in the lab and all this other stuff. That's real research. And
I agree. And my hypothesis that it's real, but more needs to be done, and that's why I'm glad that, like, SC brought this up. And so, and remember what the Bible says about false prophets and people that can fool the elect. Like I said earlier, that's why further research needs to be done. I totally agree with that. But I do think that the Congress, the Mexican Congress, and the analysis of it was very convincing, but more testing must be done to prove completely if it's real or not, the mummy alien thing. And Anthony McQuaid, I'm seeing what you're saying. Thank you. I'll be sure to talk about that after this. I just was saying on this topic before I went to the other one.
99% of the people gave us 3 thumbs up. A couple of people immediately started to disparage us. Oh, I knew it was always fake. You know, Marzullian Shaw, blah, 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 blah. Wait a second. Stop the presses here. Real research is when we didn't have it. We couldn't bring it to our veterinarian. It remained, and I'll go back, it remained here. It remained in the glass bottle in Jaime Maussan's office. And so we called Jaime, said, Jaime, what's it going to take to bring this thing to the States? And so we paid money to bring it, and we paid the veterinarian and everything else, as you can see here. The bottom line is, what this does is it deliberately obfuscates real research.
Exactly. I totally agree with that. That's an absolutely good point about what he's saying about how it's about research and more things in depth need to be done. And shout out to SC Wolverines. Thank you. All right.
In the sense that it muddies the waters. So are there any of these things that are real? Are they all taxidermy fantasies from some demented taxidermist someplace? Getting money and creating a hoax? I don't know. But it muddies the waters. Now, I'll give you something here. This is from Representative Macy. And I've already ran this, but I want to show you it again with this special UFO update. This is a congressional hearing with Grush stating about biologicals. Listen to this.
Intelligent extraterrestrials.
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to.
Yep. And there's some stuff about him that was interesting I saw earlier. That some people were saying, like, the Pentagon told him to say certain things and not say certain things about the alien stuff. That's something I saw earlier.
That are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you, and I yield back.
So there you go. And the last picture here came across my desk, and this is where everything goes off the rails. So on one hand, I'm going to go right back to the very beginning here, and this is all over the internet. Ufologist displays alien corpses during Mexico's UFO hearings, and then we've got the whistleblower Grush stating on the record that they have, and that we have, our government has in its possession biologics. In other words, bodies from the crashed UFOs. So the problem I have, and this one here with Jaime Maussan has gone viral, it's everywhere. But what if it's just like this? And let me fast forward again to the last photograph that I showed you. This came across my desk some time ago. And what was interesting about it was, at first glance, it looks incredibly real. This looks incredibly real, doesn't it? Doesn't it? So here we have the guy on the left. He's barefoot. And the caption, it went viral. The caption was, I found this in the attic. It was taken from 1877. And
Looks fake to me, but that's just my opinion.
it shows a man in very unkempt. The pants are ripped. He's barefoot. He's hasn't shaven. His hair is long. The clothes are tattered. The whole 9 yards. And next to him, of course, is basically a 12-footer, something like that, close to a 12-footer, supposed Sasquatch. He's leaning on some sort of a stick. It looks like he has a knee injury. Perhaps look at the feet. Look at the eyes. And we brought Scott Carpenter. Scott passed away a couple of months ago now. Hard to believe already how time flies. And this is AI. This is created by AI.
Ah, that's interesting. That was AI. Wow.
Going back to the Ralph Glidden photograph right here, and when I published this, years before, there had been countless photographs on the net, I still get them, which are complete hoaxes. They're all photoshopped, huge skulls, and they're all photoshopped. One of my favorites is the cave in Thailand, that shows what appears to be some sort of a dragon-like entity with a giant. That was constructed by a local artist. I get that at least once or twice a year. People, have you seen this? Yeah, I've seen it. What this does is it muddies the waters. It makes it so, what is the truth? We don't know what the truth is, because there's so much nonsense that's out there that we're not sure of what it is we're looking at. So
Yeah, and when people keep crying wolf, and there's more fake stuff, it dilutes and waters it down, where people are not going to take real alien terrestrial things seriously.
Get a picture like this, with this man in basically in tattered clothing, standing next to his new buddy, newfound friend. Looks like they've been living together. Maybe Sasquatch rescued him, or who knows what the story is, right? But it's a canard. It's a hoax. It's a canard. It's AI created. What this does is muddy the waters. So when the truth is there, like the Ralph Glidden photograph, that's real. Well, who cares? Well, we already saw all these hoaxes. See where it's going? And this is why I'm doing this special report. In my opinion, what we see that was revealed in Mexico yesterday is a hoax. And I think Jaime, with all due respect, and I love Jaime, he's a great guy. I'm not going to disparage Jaime in any way, shape, or form. But without provenance of this thing, without knowing exactly where it came from, we don't know. And, veterinarians were fooled in Mexico. Geneticists were fooled.
Remember, the Bible says that the elect will be fooled by the Antichrist and the fallen angels, and I think this is a prep for that. And I'll say my thoughts about it at the end of this. This was very, very well done. And I'm glad, now I'm aware. I know what I didn't know before. I don't mind being refuted, potentially being refuted. I think it's fine.
Mexico with the ferry. Veterinarians in the United States were fooled with x-rays and everything else. It wasn't until the tissue began to disintegrate that we discovered, and the thing began to come apart, that we discovered that little piece with the epoxy on both ends, and then we were off to the races. So there you go, folks. In my opinion, I think it will come out that this is a clever hoax. I think Jaime is an innocent bystander. I don't think Jaime is perpetrating the hoax, but I think Jaime's been fooled, with all due respect. I'm sure Jaime will defend against that, but again, I love Jaime. We're not going to disparage him. He has
Yeah, shout out to Jaime.
has done some great work in ufology, and he's got a daily show or weekly show that airs in Mexico. It's the most watched UFO show in the entire world. So he's a great researcher. He's out of the library, just like I am, out of the library. And so why academia is important, and we need to follow certain steps like provenance and pictures and getting all this stuff in situ before we remove anything. That's what we learn. Those are the protocols of good science. But here's the deal. We had protocols with our DNA results, and nobody cared. Oh, it's all contaminated. The DNA of the elongated Baraka skulls that you see behind me here. This chair, by the way, is really squeaky.
Yeah, shout out to the squeaky chair.
Anyway, so there's the DNA. There's the DNA results. It's in our film number 6, the complete DNA results in the Baraka skulls. And it does rewrite history, just like America Stonehenge rewrites history. But certain aspects of academia don't care, and we're called pseudo-archaeologists. But you know what? We're out of the library. We're out of the museum. We're out in the field, and we're doing hardcore.
Yeah, and SC Wolverines was saying that this man, the gentleman in the video, he called the man not a showman, not a con man. All right, SC, it's okay. And yeah, because I got the attitude from the video that he is just not, in my opinion, okay, I could be way off, that he is not sure if the thing is real or not, but he's leaning towards it being fake. Like, he's very certain it's probably fake, considering what he went through before, how he saw the elect being fooled, the veterinarians being fooled. But it could be real. He's not denying it could possibly be real, but his stance, it's fake. And as I said, I want there to be more testing, thorough testing on the extraterrestrial mummy creature thing to prove it's really real or not. And I'll be glad to say if it's fake, it's fake. And see how that happens. But I do lean it being real, but I'm very, very certain that there could be a strong possibility of it being fake. I remember the Mexican doctor was talking about about primates. And maybe they took some kind of primate and made something out of it and gave it to him, or maybe the thing really is real in this situation because they tested it. I know the veterinarians tested it, and it wasn't really what they thought it was. So as I said, I was leaning towards it being real because I didn't go through what this gentleman went through, but I know from his experience. So I'm going to approach this with caution and be very skeptical about it, but I'm going to wait till there's more information. But I leaned it more towards it being some kind of real thing, but it could also be a very, very well-constructed hoax. And I'm glad that I know what I didn't know before. And I was skeptical, always am skeptical, but I don't know what I don't know. And that's why, as I said, don't cry wolf, chat. Don't cry wolf.
Research, just like we did with the ferry, just like I did with this picture, bringing in Scott Carpenter. And you look at the shoulder, the left shoulder, the shoulder facing us. So the left side of the animal closest to, the left side of Sasquatch, which is closest to the guy. That, when I look at that, I said, nah, I'm not buying that. That doesn't look right. And that's what sort of gave it away. And then, of course, Scott came in. Anyway, folks, imminent return. I will be there. Last conference of the year. Excited.
Let's see.
About that, Stearman, Gonzalez, Crone, Marzulli, Salas, Kenning, Hitchcock, Hughes, Price, James, and a whole host of others. Our good friend Larry Allison, Ryan Peterson. It's going to be a great lineup. I am speaking on Friday twice. Then I'm on a plane on Saturday, and I'm headed over to Israel unless war breaks out. Can't wait to get over there. The tour is completely sold out. We are taking names for next year. Anyway, further evidence is at the printers. We're going to get that back. We will be doing a pre-sale on that soon. Counter Mutilation film is shipping. Out of Place Artifacts will be doing a pre-sale on that also. Don't forget our 5-box DVD set. Folks, you know, when you go to our website and you buy stuff, it keeps the lights on here because these films are not cheap. And we are working on the Roswell film now. And I hope to have that out maybe the end of October. That might be a little ambitious on my part, but we'll see. Thanks so much for watching UFO. Very special update. And let's see if we can get to the bottom of this. I'm sure we will in the coming days ahead. Thanks so much for watching. Hit the subscribe button. Remember, folks, UFOs are real, burgeoning, and not going away.
All right, so shout out to him and his cause. And, all right, we're going to this other window. And, okay, chat, tell me, what exactly does... Okay, and also tell me, chat, what Anthony wants to be shown, because it depends on the copyright situations. Yeah, it depends on the copyright. And Latina says, Alien, our government and no government can verify because they don't want us to know and are among us, the humans. Exactly, Latina. I agree that they don't want us to know what's going on because of the humans. I mean, because they don't want the people to know that they're among us. And also, you know, I think that, as I said, until we get some solid proof evidence that it's fake, I lean it towards it being real. But if it's fake, I would like to see, which it probably could be, more studying and more evidence about this and more research to see if it's fake or not. But yes, I agree that the governments don't want us to know about the aliens and the people among us. I do agree with that, Latina. Good point. All right, what's his name? What's her name? What's Anthony want to do here? Let's see. There's no, as I said something, I was like, tell me, chat, what Anthony wants me to do, and no one said anything. So let's just see what. I have to go back and look. It's okay. I just wasn't too sure. All right. Alter the gate. Okay. Alright, so this is Alter the Gate. Scary. Alright. So chat. Alright, so this is the thing he's talking about. Alter the gate. Yeah, so that's a scary thing. Yeah. Yeah, the thumbnail's okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. This stuff. Yeah. Okay. Is that it? right? Look at that. So that's like sleep paralysis. So sleep paralysis, like when it's like a night terror. Like you go to sleep and you wake up and you see some kind of demon, or if you have some kind of a demonic nightmare, that's what sleep paralysis is. Yeah, I gave everybody nightmares tonight, so blame the alien man. Just try not to think about it. Ugly. Gross. Yeah, that thing's crazy looking. Yeah, it does look creepy, SE. It sure does. Okay. That's funny, Anthony. It's funny. Alright. I can't really find... Let's see. Let's see. I can't find even a picture of it. Oh, the show... this is a flashback. They're showing the Titanic gate, but they're not showing the other gate. Now, what is this movie called exactly, Anthony? Is it The Gate or The Altar Gate? I'm not too sure. There's a couple different ones. Let's see. Now, videos, because of the copyright thing, I can't play. Oh. I think probably there could have been copyright issues in this video enough with some of the ads I played. All right, thanks, Amanda. People that want to see that, they could just go here. All right. All right. All right. All right. Yeah, so basically, with YouTube, there's copyright issues. Their AI detects things, and things can be like refuted and things like that. But it's like I'd rather just not play it because of the copyright stuff. I know other YouTube people have it, but I don't want to do it. But y'all could watch it. The link Amanda put. All right. Yeah, so these are the mummies and things like that. And let's see the. No, SC, I know, but anybody that puts up a video with copyright issues, you have to go through all these things to get the copyright claim off the video. And the YouTube just doesn't want people doing that, and I just don't want to play it. Alright? Like, I know that they're there. I know the other YouTubers do it. I know my channel would be okay. I know nothing would happen. And I could refute it, and it would be okay. I don't want to do it. It's like the platform has, issues with that stuff. Because I've looked in depth and done like research about like what they think and stuff, but although it can be done and you can do it, and other YouTubers have reacted to it, it's not something I want to do. No. And yeah, so all right. All right, I see. As I said, I studied about the copyright claims and the monetization stuff. Not the monetization stuff, but the copyright claims and the different things like that. And how basically if you do something with a copyright claim in it, sometimes you and the creator of the copyrighted content can get the ad money, but whenever the channel is monetized. But basically, if somebody, like, or they could get it, and it's like, I'd rather have it, for myself, but I wouldn't mind splitting it with somebody. But basically, if the channel gets 50 copyright claims, the channel gets a strike. That's what I saw. But you could refute the copyright claim, and it probably wouldn't be a problem. But as I said, I'd rather just not do it, because it seems like the YouTube platform, even if there's users that do that, it frowns on that stuff because it's the way that they didn't adapt their system for it. Right. And fair use. So how it works is with fair use, you can with fair use, it's basically like you could use like a part or some, it doesn't really say a certain amount, but a part of a content and like do reaction to it for that criticism, but like they would have like a court to decide that or this, which I wouldn't mind doing. Just that YouTube, its platform, it didn't really adapt to the current situation with reaction videos. No, that, and I could go back to make sure I'm right about this, but with a copyright claim, it's a claim. Yeah, 3 strikes means your channel's out, but 50 copyright claims would be 1 strike. So would have I probably wouldn't be able to do certain things on a channel for like a month or something. But you can still refute the copyright claim and dispute it with the creator. That's fine, and I could do that. It's not a problem, and it could be something I could look into. But for now, I'd rather not do it until I learn more about these. I know about it, but to negotiate with the people about the different things. But I'd rather not do it at all. You wouldn't have the problem. Right. Now, I'm reading here, it says that it might not be 50 claims would be 1 strike. I'm getting different information. But I don't mind doing it and then refuting it. That would be okay. Or at least on this stream, I'm not going to do it on this one. But maybe on another one, I'll have to go think about it and look into it. But no, I'd say no. Like, I don't want to react to movies. No. And one of the other streams recently got partially blocked in Russia for playing some part, by mistake maybe, of something from their news channel. And also I had one of the streams was blocked from playing something else. But I could refute those things, but so the Russian thing, they don't want their country people knowing about this. It's like, whatever, I don't care. I'm not against Russia at all. And the other thing, they don't want their thing displayed on my thing. That's their loss. It's like, I don't really care. But as I said, other people have played little clips of what he's talking about. That's fine, but I just would rather not do it. No, I know Amanda, but I want to explain to people, because other people have asked me about this stuff too. Like, people say, like, oh, these people have tons of subscribers and videos of copyrighted material and stuff. But, you know the hoops and stuff you go through to play that stuff. It's like, I don't mind doing it, but it's like their platform wasn't really designed to that, and it's something that they frown upon because YouTube doesn't want to get sued, because the fair use thing people talk about, it would have to be disputed in a court. Wouldn't mind doing that if it was necessary. But you're just playing a clip of a video. It's like you're not going to... It's not a life or death situation. It's like, but basically, you can do it, and I can react to things. It's no big deal. And I would like on my videos to keep, whenever the channel gets monetized, to keep the content that I have for myself. I wouldn't mind splitting it, but I won't want someone, like, making it the ad money off of something that I did. I wouldn't mind splitting it, but it's like you lose power over the video, kind of. And thank you, Amanda. I just want to explain how this all works for people that might not know better. But people can. I invite you all to react to stuff on your channels and see what into movies and stuff. I want you all to do it and experience it. Even ABL doesn't play certain things. There's other YouTubers bigger than me that don't play certain things because of copyright. But I like you all here, and I wish YouTube was different. But, maybe there'll be another YouTube one day that will be different. But as I said, that's just, my opinion. I don't want to do it. All right. So, as I said, with this this alien creature, further testing needs to be done to confirm if it's real or not. That's something we could all agree on. But there are different humanoid creatures and things that were discovered in those places. I agree, Amanda. I agree. About YouTube. Because I looked in depth and like YouTube creators talking about like you get a tutorial like you can look up I got a copyright claim on my video, what's that mean? And it's like it's YouTube saying like they're disappointed, which I don't care what they think. But it could be disputed for fair use, for this or that, because you're using someone else's copyright material and they give it to between you and them, which I don't mind. As I said, I don't mind playing the thing and reacting to it and doing that, but I want you all to understand the seriousness of these copyright situations. That's all. Now, tikis are believed to be some type of alien being, a depiction of them. They may have something to do with it, too. I'm not mad at anybody. Said I don't care what they think, but it's like, yeah, that's what they're like, Amanda. They're like disappointed. Go to your room. Exactly. Yeah. YouTube has to be like the older brother. Yeah. Tikis. Let's see. Yeah, and like some people use my music. Yeah, exactly, Amanda. Yeah. And also, basically, how with YouTube, they'll do these different things that are ridiculous. And because they don't want to get sued themselves. But I wouldn't really care, as I said. It doesn't bother me. But, you know, because we're sticking on a topic on the stream. It's buffering. All right. Okay. All right, is it still buffering? Looks like it's doing fine. No good. Alright, looks like it's buffering again. Alright, and also basically let's see. On the other stream, I'll talk more about the copyright claims and stuff, you know. And recently, with let's see, one thing I want to say real quick. I'm gonna try to read something, another article. Let's see. This is something Amanda sent me. It says, Judge serves Trump Georgia election interference case and 16 others from trial starting in October. The judge overseeing the Georgia election interference has served the Trump case, ordering that 17 defendants, including former President Trump, will not be tried alongside a speedy trial defendant Kenneth Cherisbro and Sidney Powell on October 23rd. In a blow to prosecutors, Judge Scott McAfee said serving the remaining 17 defendants was procedural and logical, inventably, procedural, logistical, inevitably, and did not rule out the possibility that additional divisions may be required later. The judge, however, said any defendant who does not waive their right to speedy trial before October 23rd will immediately join the trial. Trump has already waived his speedy trial rights. That was some news I wanted to read. That's an article from Amanda. I'll get into it more tomorrow. Probably. Let's see what he said. SC, that's very suspicious. Yeah, I see what he's saying. It's very suspicious. Okay, let's further read. Let's see how the connection is. Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis has been seeking to have the 19 defendants in the case stand trial together, arguing the multiple trials would create an enormous strain on the court. McAfee last week ordered Chesbro and Powell to be tried on October 23rd after they filed speedy trial requests. Chesbro, as part of the defense, had filed a motion asking DA to disclose the identities of the 30 unicated co-conspirators referenced in the indictment, and the prosecutors told McAfee at a hearing Thursday that they would do so. The names will be shared with the defense under a protective order, so they will not be made public. McAfee also signaled a willingness to grant defense counsel access to transcripts. As initial thought, at a minimum, it's good to be granted part, as any witnesses state the plans to disclose. In a heated moment during the hearing, prosecutor from the DA's office accused Chesebro's attorney of prior inappropriate behavior related to Chesebro's motion seeking to speak to members of the grand jury to determine if there was any impropriety in the grand jury process. The remark promoted Chesebro attorney Scott Good night, Anthony McQuaid, and thank you so much for coming in the video suggestions. Thank you. The remark promoted Chesebro attorney Scott Grumman to spring up and yell that his co-counsel was being defamed. That was completely inappropriate. Grumman told the judge in defense of his co-counsel, Judge McAfee, attempted to get Grumman to move on and stay on the issue, telling him, "I said it's over." You too, Anthony. God bless you. Good night. And that's basically what's going on, with this article about Trump. I wanted to read you all real quick. And just a little piece of it. Okay. And also, let's look at a picture of the comet. It's 333, chat. Synchronicity. And also tomorrow, I'm going to go over this because this is the late part of the show. And so this is something Stranded sent me. The famous Easter Island heads have hidden bodies. Practically everyone has seen the iconic images of the Easter Island heads. What you may not have known is those Easter Island heads actually have hidden buried bodies. Archaeologists, here we go again. Archaeologists, there we go, I didn't station, and how they created the monoliths. The Easter Island heads are known as Mayo by the Rapa Nui people, who carved the figures. Stone found in the island are between 1100 and 1500 CE. A bit of an aside, but CE refers to Common Era, sometimes replaced the US of AD in historical archaeological communities. As with many things on Earth, time took its toll on the status and buried them in sediment and rocks, hiding, preserving the torsos of the Easter Island heads. However, a team of archaeologists in USC LA developed Easter Island Head Statue Project to better study the preserves, whereby the team determined to the best of their ability meeting the function of history individual statues. After approvals, the archaeologists evocated two of the Easter Island heads to reveal their torso truncated waist and heads had been covered by successive massive transport deposit. On the island buried the statues lowered half. These events enveloped the statues and gradually buried their heads, as the island naturally withered, eroded through centuries. Easter Island is situated within the Nazca Plate and its volcanic hotspot, similar to the Hawaiian island chain. This hotspot produced Salle Gomez Ridge, which spanned east of Easter Island as the Pacific Ocean opened through the East Pacific Rise. So that's where in that area. While excavating the statues, the team found etched petroglyphs in the backs of the figures, commonly crescent shaped, to represent Polynesian canoes. So that's very interesting, and about the Easter Island heads and how they had bodies behind them, in them. And I think that region is very interesting, and I didn't know that's exactly where it was located. That's very intriguing. No, I do agree, Essie. I agree. While excavating the statues, the team found... Yeah, I read that already. In order to carve and place the statues upright, and Rafa Uni used large tree trunks that were placed into the deep holes adjacent to the statues. They then used rope and large tree trunk to lift the statue upright in place. The Rapa Nui carved the heads and front side of the statues while they were lying on the ground, then completed the backs. After the uprighting stone statues, the tallest of the three statues comes in at 33 feet high, is known as Paro. Oh, I agree, Amanda and SC. I totally agree with that. Absolutely. An abandoned red pigment was found at the human burial sites of several individuals, suggesting that the statues were painted red like during the ceremonies. These burials often surrounded the statues, suggesting Rafa Nui buried their dead with the family with the statues. So these Easter Island heads were like cemeteries. That's interesting. It's marvelous that they're able to do that. All right, Amanda, thank you. And we're going to go down a rabbit hole real quick, which I'll do this tomorrow also. A YouTube copyright claim will not adversely affect your channel. The rights holder can claim the revenue on your video if you have used their content. The copyright holder can place ads on your channel, on your video, to generate the revenue. The copyright holder can restrict your video in some countries or regions. So the copyright holder is controlling all your video. So everybody, I'm just saying hypothetically, like, oh, this man doesn't want to play the video. But actually, if we look in depth about things, I did my research about what a copyright claim is. And I don't mind doing it in some situations. I don't mind doing this or that. But as I said, when you look in depth about things, that's what you see. And also we have another thing. Oh, I agree, Essie, about ABL and them. And I'm explaining about how the copyright claims works. I'm not throwing shade on anybody. I'm not mad at anybody or anything. Come on, dude. This emoji thing. Alright, I'm going to pin this man. Right now. To remove a copyright claim and the associated restrictions, you can edit the claim out without having to upload a new video. But as I said, there's channels that do reaction videos, and the creator gets, of the copyrighted content, gets the ad revenue. Or you could both split it. And it's no problem. I don't mind doing it. No big deal. I just rather not do it unless it was absolutely necessary. Which I would decide. So YouTube gives you this option where you can clip out a copyrighted part of the video. You could do that. And you could also dispute the claims. And you can dispute claims, copyright claims. You could dispute it and even get it taken off the video. And I could do that. I could persuade. That's no big deal. It's not a problem. I do that all day long pretty much with YouTube and other things. But yeah, see, I had my video blocked in Russia. One of the other ones we were doing about the nuclear stuff, it was something they blocked in Russia. That's happened to me too. I had one of my streams blocked completely because of something I played from the Robert Stack thing. Now, I could have had that refuted, but as I said, it's like, that's their loss, so they don't want the video played on the channel. You know, that's their loss. I was giving them publicity. And I just don't like someone else having the power over the video. But look, and I can make a reaction channel and react to things. I don't mind. I'm not going to be taken down. My channel will be fine. If YouTube try to do something, I might give them a hug. And it'll change their mind. I tell you, I'm not... It's just, it's like, do, what's necessary. Like, say in the Art of War, Essie, that we've talked about, fight not unless there's something to be gained, or the position is critical, or there's something to be gained from it, like I just said a moment ago. So it's like, you gotta think, why am I doing this? Right. And also going to go here. Copyright, when you have a copyright claim or copyright strike on a video, deleting a video doesn't make the copyright claim or strike go away. In that case, make the video private or unlisted so you can resolve the claim or strike when it's not valid. So YouTube really has issues, in my opinion. I like their platform. I'm glad we all met there. But just something that it's kind of like a bump in the road. But the time Latina sent me some things, I played them anyway because I knew the channel would be. I didn't know what I didn't know, and I wanted to do that, and I didn't really care what would happen, and I knew the channel would be okay, and I was right because I know some things. YouTube might get a hug from me, and also. Yes, that's why when you go through the logistics, and I could react to the dude's video about copyright. It's like there's a whole rabbit hole, there's a whole philosophy, a whole textbook about copyright. And YouTube, the reason why they're like this, because they don't want to get sued. I can understand. Now, if there was a platform specifically designed for reaction videos, that would be different. But with YouTube, they don't want to be sued, so they give the power to the copyright holder, and they can do whatever they want with your video. A Content ID copyright claim only affects the individual video. It does not negatively affect your entire channel. The rights owner may be able to claim any revenue from your video if you have used their work and your content without permission. So what you would do is you would use permission, and you could get permission. I could get permission, like the not Robert Stack, like the interview with the Titanic dude that Anthony McQuaid was talking about before, the James Cameron thing. Or the movie. I can contact them and get permission from them to use a video, and they'll give me a copyright claim, and I could refute it because I have the permission from the creator. There's a legal way to do it. All right, it's like there's no joke here. Like you could ask the people that stuff, and also with the copyright claim, and that's the thing. Now other YouTubers can claim, it's like in the situation where you have like YouTubers you watch, and these companies and corporations, they seem to have a situation with that. Like they're usually the ones that go after you. But there's something called fair use, when you could react to something under fair use, and it's legal without getting the copyright owner's permission. But the YouTube algorithm does not acknowledge fair use. You would have to go directly to the copyright owner and say it's fair use. Like earlier, the guy that you sent me, Essie, I was doing that because of fair use, reacting to the guy's video. And I would tell him that if there's a problem, I did it for fair use, that's fine. But you would do it directly with the person, and then you would have, things like that. So that's the situation that YouTube has. A copyright claim is good. It's not bad, but a copyright strike is bad. So although they may sound the same, make sure you know the difference between the two. So copyright claim is not bad. It's not going to hurt your channel. Exactly, Essie, because the reason is because the YouTube's AI algorithm detects it and claims it, but they allowed it to be on YouTube because they get revenue from it. Or you could both get the revenue from it. Yeah, so that's how it all works, and I studied this very thoroughly. So as I said, a copyright strike is bad. A copyright claim is not bad. Exactly, Amanda. And also, I think that there's a lot of issues with his channel, like the things that he does. And in my opinion, I think certain things with the colors and stuff could be, not 100%. Like, say if, like, you know, Tariq or one of those people call in, they get a little bit longer than somebody else that's different than that person. Right. Like, so that's something other people have watched ABL and stuff like. So that's basically the situation with him, with that. So yeah, so a lot of other people, Amanda, have noticed things on ABL. They're not too good. And also, yeah, no one's copyrighting the Ruby video. Well, Amanda, you own the copyright to Ruby. That's why no one's going to copyright it, because you own that right to that video. If I read an article or if I say something or make something myself, I own the copyright to the video. That's why I like making content that I own. And I'm glad that you all understand about the copyright stuff and my concerns about it. And I don't mind reacting to some YouTubers and stuff. Shout out to them. Yeah, and Amanda, also, like, some other people were telling me that they think that perhaps, like, he might obsess over the white supremacy stuff a lot and focus on those topics a lot and not other things. And perhaps maybe the black-white thing, that could influence his decision. That's some theories that some other people came up with, and I'm just absorbing the information and seeing what other people have to say about him. And I think it's, good that you all are noticing this too. That there seems to be something going on with that. So that's some other points, Amanda, I want to bring up to you that some other people that watched ABL were bringing up to me. And, right, I remember I met you there, Amanda. I enjoyed our chats there. I love the discussion too. Amanda, I love your videos on the cute little dog you have. Yeah, cause so basically, like, I'll say it again, SC. So, ABL might talk a lot about the white supremacist stuff and harp on that, and then he might say he might have a thing with that from when he was growing up. It might have been something that he likes to harp on, and maybe say like Tariq or somebody, calls and things like that. And then that's what I've, some people have noticed that some of the other callers, you might have favorites. But I like Tariq and his channel. He seems pretty cool with some of the stuff he puts out. But I may not agree with everything he says, with what he says. But I don't really know much about him. But I like things he says, but not everything. And also the other callers are good too. But so basically, ABL has favorites and things like that. All right. Alien, the universe would have crossed our paths eventually. I would have found your channel, Searching Kitties. Yeah, Amanda, we would have, some kind of a way, we would have crossed paths. I do agree. Yeah, Amanda, I believe, we would have crossed paths eventually, yes. Exactly, yes. See, I agree, like, back in the 90s and stuff, people got along better, and the race stuff didn't matter, and I don't think it matters at all. Well, that's awesome, Amanda. I'm glad for that. Good that you keep posting these things. And I'm glad that SC understands the situation, and I think that, the race and stuff doesn't matter, and there's, like, Atomic Tabasco, she'll talk about, say the things about, let's see, the C40 cities, and things like that. That kind of stuff is important to talk about, and not these other factors. And things about, like, Black Wall Street and things like that, it's mentioned a lot, and it just doesn't matter. I wish the blacks the best, and I hope that everything good for them, but race doesn't matter. We're all American. That's what matters the most. Exactly, Amanda. Right. All right. So, basically, let's see. Was there something on this page? Oh, there's something on that page, but there's not. And I think, like, even if Martin Luther King wasn't perfect, I think he was a good leader. and I think that it's good that the blacks have their rights and stuff like that, and not everybody might like Martin Luther King, but it's good that we're all American, we all get along. Yeah, I don't know if I get notifications from Amanda. I think I did see on the home page, I saw her video. OSC, that's a good point. That's a good observation. All right. I like these little farm animals. I like farms. Yeah, Amanda, something is going on, and it was okay, Amanda. I knew you'd come eventually. And also, basically, I think there is something going on with the algorithm. It's kind of like the Pirates of the Caribbean when there's something that's going on in the seas, and they weren't too sure what it is. That's what's going on here. That's interesting, Amanda. That's interesting. There must be some kind of some glitching stuff going on with that. Yeah, I think with the algorithm, it's doing some things, and it'll show this, but not that. Yeah. And tomorrow, we're going to talk about the alien thing again, with the alien mummy thing. We're going to talk about that again, also. Oh, yeah, SC. That's why I've been putting out posts. I put out a post tonight about my live. I put out a post tonight about it. I don't know if anyone saw the post I made, but I'm also going live tomorrow night at 11 p.m. Central, and we're going to talk about the alien mummy thing again, along with some other stuff. Oh yeah, Amanda, I understand. I understand. And I could make the streams a little bit later in the night, maybe. I might start doing that. I think that would help everybody out, because I thought if it was earlier in the night, but it seems like people might like it a little bit later in the night. I might do it later in the night. So, but as I said, like 11 p.m. or later. Maybe later than that. I'll email you, Amanda, and let you know and make a post about it. What I want to do with the streams. And I have not done any daytime streams. No. Just the night owl ones. Yeah. Exactly. I see. Also, with the... I mentioned before about the Patreon thing. That... I have it set up, and I'm going to... Like, I put sound effects I make on there. And I'm going to put some videos and things on there and make a post about that. And also, I'm still going to... Also, the merch for the spaceship is in production, also. Like, I'm putting stuff together for that. And also, he said... Oh yeah, SC, you're on the East Coast, that's right. Yeah. India unveiled a new submersible previously influenced by OceanGate's Titan sub. Oh, okay, Amanda. You liked the time, but tonight was rough. That's alright. That's alright. I'm glad that you came. Nothing really new about the submersible. Let's see. Well, let's see if there's any movies coming out about it. Okay, so James Cameron denies this Titanic submersible movie. Okay, SC, I'm glad that you like the time too. So, James Cameron is not working on a Titanic submersible movie, and there's not a known one in production. And to make clear, James Cameron is not making a Titanic submersible movie. Made that clear. And there's not a known one coming out about it. There's not anything coming out about a Titanic submersible movie. Oh, let's make sure about that. Yeah, I love farms. And also, Stranded Life Form will be in the chat tomorrow. All right. And also, I'm glad that you all liked the show. We had a good show. We had a good time. And I'm going to be ending it soon. Be closing it up. And also, I like the crowd. It was a good crowd. And tomorrow we're going to have more people. And we're going to talk more about the alien mummy thing with the information that we got from SE. And for the people that weren't here this time. And people seen the reruns. And we'll add additional subjects as well that I briefly skimmed over this time. Yeah, Animal Farm. Yeah, I like Animal Farms. I think it's pretty cool. Oh, I remember when I was in Kentucky on my uncle's farm, I used to run miles with my with the Native American dog. My aunt and uncle's dog. We would run for a long time, many blocks. It was nice. And then the stars at night were very good in Kentucky. I enjoyed it. Thank you, Amanda. Oh, that's interesting, Amanda. Thanks for sharing that. I like the sheep. They remind you of bubbles? Is that what you said, Amanda? Yeah, I like these farm animals. So cute. Babe the movie. Okay, let's see. That sounds familiar. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I remember that movie. It took me a moment. Yeah, I know about that movie, Amanda. Thank you. Yes, yes. I know what you're talking about. I like the chickens. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The cow has a face of innocence. So innocent. Alright, I'm actually going to bed now. I mean, I'm about to shut the show off now. I was just waiting a moment. Alright. Alright, SC. Good night, buddy. And I'm about to switch it and go good night myself. Let's see. Alright, well, thank all of you for coming. And I'm glad that thankful that all of you came and those watching the rerun and everything that's going on. And we will be going live tomorrow night, 11 p.m. Central. And everybody has peace, blessings. It's like, I'm making a joke, it's like we'll be saying goodbye into the next night. Because us aliens love chilling on the spaceship. Alright, Amanda, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. You and Ava and Ruby have a blessed night. Alright, chat. Peace.